Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I want to welcome everybody to our forum today. We have a lot of amazing people here to talk to us about a very controversial issue in the state of Connecticut. Um, I mean, as a resident of Connecticut, I've watched so many reforms happen, and I watch us slow to make those changes. But I do have belief and faith that as we read information and we deal with the facts of what is being presented to us in a society that is evolving around us and what I hope will be a very informative way of evolving. I really hope that everybody has an opportunity to express themselves. I just also want to remind people that we are on television, so we do expect real respect in this hearing and forum. Because it is an informational, we try really just to deal with the facts of what each person presents and make sure that everybody has the appropriate respect from all that are here. I ask that there be no boos or hisses if they don't agree. I ask that we try and keep away from applauding too, because again, information really is supposed to be received in a non-biased way. So I ask everybody to remember that. Just in case there's an alarm or something off in the building, I just want to remind everybody there are two doors over there, and we ask everybody to get up and walk very casually and quickly out the door in case of any emergencies. I have to say that because we're on TV, and I also have to say that for safety code purposes. So I'm not saying that like I'm expecting anything, okay, but I'm obligated to open that. My name is Representative Walker, and I am the Chair of Appropriations, and I'm from New Haven, and I'm with my colleague, Representative Candelaria from New Haven, who has been so willing to pull this forum together. So with that, Representative Candelaria.
Thank you, Representative Walker. I want to welcome everyone to this forum. I think this gives us a platform to really hear the discussion from both sides of the aisle. I think as Connecticut moves forward, we need to gather more information. We need to become more knowledgeable, and we need to study as we move forward. I think that we have put together a group of panelists that will enlighten us with key information as we may consider in the future moving forward. But it is important that we take this hearing as what it is, informational. It is for us to learn. It is for us to become knowledgeable. And it is for us to take that data and analyze it as we move forward. So with that, I have my colleagues, Representative Jabron, if you want to say a few words, Representative Porter. I just want to mention that we have some of our colleagues who are in committees right now. So you'll see people coming in and leaving, and that you'll see that a lot today. But I want to give Representative Jabron the floor.
Thank you very much, Representative Candelaria, and good morning, everyone. My name is Representative Melissa Gebrin. I'm the Republican ranking member of the Appropriations Committee, and I represent the 34th District. In February, I did a poll of my constituents. I'm very, I think, public input and the democracy, the process of getting your input is critically important, and that's why I'm here today to listen. So thank you very much to the legislators who have put together this public informational forum, and I'm very interested in what you have to say. So thank you very much, and I look forward to the conversation.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Representative Porter, representing the 94th District for New Haven and Hamden. I am the Vice Chair of Appropriations. I also sit on Human Services, Judiciary, and Labor. So I am here this morning in the same spirit as my colleagues up here to hear what you have to say, because what you have to say is important. We are a voice for the people, and my ears are wide open.
Thank you for that. If you just a couple of rules: if you have your cell phones, make sure you either turn them off and put them on vibrate, so that we can have no interruptions as the panelists speak. Let me tell you what the order of business is going to be today. We have the panelists, and each is going to speak individually, and then we will have like a group discussion. Then some of my colleagues at some point will intervene, maybe we'll intervene with questions, but we're going to try to hold all questions till the end, after we hear from everyone. So with that said, come on up. I would like to start with Representative Dan Pavone, who flew all the way from Colorado to be here with us today to provide us more information as to how the Colorado legislation was passed, what they have learned from such legislation, and what they would do different today or they're doing different today. So with that, Representative Pavone.
Thank you, Representative Candelaria, Representative Walker. It's a pleasure to be with you this morning. My name is Dan Pavone, State Representative for House District 4, which is Denver, the Mile High City. Now, we were known as the Mile High City before we passed recreational marijuana in 2012, just for the record. And no, I did not bring any samples today.
Just for everybody's phone, we will not have a smoke-in, okay?
In all seriousness, this has been an incredible journey that the state of Colorado has been on. And let me just say, I also serve on the Appropriations Committee in Colorado. So I think it's very telling that many of you are on the Appropriations Committee who are interested in this issue today. In 2000, Colorado voters legalized the use of medical marijuana, and in 2012, adult use marijuana, commonly referred to as retail or recreational marijuana, was passed by the voters through amendments to our state constitution. And I'll just tell you a bit about the journey that brought me here. And I understand Connecticut has done some decriminalization of marijuana already. You already have medical marijuana in place. In many ways, you are much further ahead of the game than Colorado was in 2012 when the voters passed Amendment 64. We did not have discussions about drug reform in our legislature. They were primarily side conversations that were had by very different groups, but there was never any real conversation about drug decriminalization, taxation in our legislature beforehand. Fast forward to 2012, we saw many of us elected, mayors, governor, many of the elected officials saw this ballot initiative and never really gave it a second thought. We didn't think that it would pass. Many of us privately voted against it, myself included. And the reason I voted no was because I was not sure how this adventure or journey was going to go, and I didn't want Colorado to be the guinea pig of this experiment. In November 4, 2012, the initiative passed by more votes than Barack Obama got in 2012. It was a widely popular measure. And so at that point, I realized that the world had changed in Colorado, and that in order to protect the public safety, protect our children's health, protect the public health, I wanted to be involved in this task force, which we formed, of several dozen folks. And one thing I should mention is that marijuana is sometimes referred to as being hip or cool. By the time I'm done with my presentation, you will think anything but, because really it is a lot of hard work. This booklet here is just one example of the 6 months of work that we did beforehand before we introduced any legislation. And this booklet is called Task Force Report on the Implementation of Amendment 64, the Regulation of Marijuana in Colorado. This was an effort that was undertaken by the Chief Legal Counsel to the Governor and the Executive Director of the Department of Revenue, and they chaired the task force along with me and three other of my colleagues and members from law enforcement, the district attorneys, normal, the public health officials, children's advocacy groups, and everyone in between participated in this journey. And when you're on an unknown journey, you need a North Star, and the North Star we used was public safety, keeping this out of the hands of criminals, cartels, and those who would be engaged in nefarious activities. I can tell you today that we have been not just very successful, but extremely successful because of the amount of work that we put in and on the front end on the regulation of this product. So let me just remind folks what that is. So Amendment 64 allows the purchase, use, and possession of up to 1 ounce of marijuana for persons aged 21 and older. It requires the state to operate a regulatory structure for retail sales of marijuana that includes licensing for stores, growers, manufacturers, staff, and testing labs. Adults may grow up to 6 plants and keep the marijuana harvested from these plants or share it with any other adult. Neither medical nor retail marijuana may be consumed in public. Any adult aged 21 or over may purchase marijuana from a licensed retail store. At this time, out-of-state residents are limited to purchasing no more than 1/4 ounce of marijuana at a time. During the first 9 months of legal sales, retail marijuana stores had to grow marijuana at a commonly owned cultivation facility, which we called vertical integration. But beginning October 1st, 2014, retail stores are able to obtain marijuana on the wholesale market from any cultivator or continue to cultivate plants themselves. In other words, after 9 months of phasing in retail marijuana, Colorado chose to decouple from vertical integration and allow anyone to cultivate, anyone to sell, and they did not have to be in the same integrated facility. An important point is the local regulation of marijuana. Local governments license medical marijuana facilities, and it's called concurrent jurisdiction in Colorado, where both the state and the local authorities have the ability to license. With retail marijuana sales, and cities and counties may license those sales, but they also may defer to the state licensing authority. States and cities and localities are also allowed to ban or prohibit medical or retail facilities in their jurisdictions. So we have a very close relationship with our local authorities. I'll just speak to taxation quickly, and then turn it over to my other esteemed panelists, or open up to questions as it may be appropriate. So both medical and retail marijuana are subject to a 2.9% state sales tax in Colorado. That's our sales tax for all products. And so we have a state sales tax in place. Additionally, retail marijuana is subject to a 10% sales tax levied at the retail sales level, and a 15% excise tax levied at the first transfer of marijuana from a wholesaler to a processor or retailer. These taxes, unlike Connecticut, have to be approved by the voters before they can be assessed, and they have been. This has gone to the voters not once, not twice, but 3 times and approved for taxation at these levels. In addition to those state taxes, Colorado also recognizes localities' ability to tax marijuana sales at a local level. So a city tax or a county can also tax marijuana, and those range depending on what that jurisdiction determines. With respect to our 10% sales tax, we have a shareback system. So 85% of our tax is collected, goes to the state. 15% of that goes back to our local jurisdictions. And the bottom line with this is we recognize that there could be increased law enforcement activities or local jurisdiction burdens with respect to legalization of marijuana. we decided ultimately then to share those burdens of the taxes with the local governments. Now, one thing I should note is we have not seen any statistical increase in marijuana use in Colorado since retail passage. We have not seen an increase in youth use since passage. We have not seen an increase in criminal activity since its passage. That's important, particularly for this group, because even though you're not legalizing marijuana today, or maybe even in the near future, one of the things I would suggest you start today is to study and track the criminal elements with respect to marijuana now. That way you can have a baseline to measure any increase or decrease once you have marijuana legalization pass. That's something I would recommend starting today and now. Last but not least, where these funds go, I'll just briefly run through this. Almost $5 million is dedicated to school-based prevention and intervention services. 5.6 million is dedicated to public awareness, marijuana education campaigns. 2.5 million is dedicated to school health professional grant programs to address behavioral health issues in public schools. 2 million is spent to address early intervention and prevention substance abuse through a grant program. So in total, we have almost $20 million that is dedicated to abuse and prevention in our schools and to our youth. It's important to note that in 2015, Coloradans, either through medical or retail outlets, purchased almost $1 billion of marijuana in Colorado. That turns into a significant tax revenue source for these programs. And the bottom line, and this is again is an important feature of Colorado's regulatory system, unlike any other product that we regulate, whether it's alcohol or gambling or cigarettes or anything else, no general fund money goes to the regulation and support of marijuana in Colorado. In other words, all of the regulatory activities, all the law enforcement activities, all of the substance abuse prevention programs, all are derived from the taxes from marijuana. No money comes from the general fund to support these services. In fact, at the beginning, you can imagine we did need general fund to start the program. We paid that off within 1 year, and now we have $40 million going into our public school construction program. 42.5 million will go into that construction program this year, 2016-2017. I could talk about this a lot, but I think that's enough for now, and I can answer any questions or allow my panelists to discuss as well.
I think right now what we're going to do is we're going to let a couple of the other members, because we have such a large number of people, and then after this panel finishes, then we'll go to the next panel and we'll ask questions at the very end. So thank you very much. Don't go anywhere though, please, because we have questions. Go right ahead. Okay.
Jennifer Perdun.
Hello and good morning to everyone in attendance today. My name is Jennifer Purdon, and I am currently the chapter president of UConn Students for Sensible Drug Policy. SSDP is an international grassroots network of students who are concerned about the impact that drug abuse has on our communities, but who also knows that the war on drugs is failing our generation and society. I am also a member of the Dance Safe Visionaries, whose mission is to reduce harm associated with drug use in nightlife settings. This is done particularly through peer-based, popular and preventative drug education and harm reduction services. I'm an advocate for the Multidisciplinary Association for Psychedelic Studies, which is a non-profit research organization engaging in FDA-approved clinical trials studying the effects of marijuana and other psychotropic drugs for their potential therapeutic uses. Currently, I am a junior at the University of Connecticut, studying psychology with a research concentration and also studying health and wellness through music. Today, I speak on behalf of the students in my university, my organization, and my generation in support of House Bill 5236, proposed by Representative Candelaria and Representative Walker. Last March, the undergraduate student government of the University of Connecticut passed a statement of position supporting legalization of cannabis with only 2 dissenting votes. Subsequently, a March 2015 poll from Quinnipiac University showed that support for recreational legalization in the state of Connecticut is around 53% of the constituency, with 80% of voters ages 18 to 29 supporting legalization. Considering that young people are the minds and voices of the future, it is imperative that we are seen and our concerns are heard. Young people, disproportionately of color, are still severely being penalized for choosing to consume cannabis despite its decriminalization in Connecticut in 2007. A cannabis-related infraction in Connecticut comes with a whopping $150 fine for the first offense and goes up $500 for the second offense. Furthermore, people found with cannabis in Connecticut will also have their licenses stripped from them for a 3-month period and must pay a $175 fee to have it reinstated. Possession of drug paraphernalia comes at the price of $300. Those found with more than a half ounce of cannabis can be charged with a misdemeanor, and if they are students, they may have their federal student aid suspended if they're charged while they're still receiving aid. All of this is hindering students' well-being in conjunction with the possibility of getting kicked off of on-campus housing. It seems to be that the system criminalizing nonviolent cannabis users is causing more harm to the user than the cannabis itself. The statement of position that the USG of UConn passed suggested that the economic influx and benefits of legalizing cannabis could be allocated back to health and education programs that have been directly affected by our budget deficit. When Governor Daniel Malloy ordered $79 million in emergency budget cuts, 2/3 of these hit social service agencies and education. Just last Wednesday, the governor revealed that $7.2 million will be cut from mental health and addiction services, and more than $6.5 million from the Department of Children and Families. Cuts to these vital services are happening at a time where opiate abuse is especially prevalent, arguably due to its reemergence in middle and upper-class white communities. To condemn cannabis legalization for its inconclusive impact on our youth and health is hypocritical if one considers that the majority of the state's budget cuts are directed at these programs during a time when they are most crucial to us. SAM-HSA reported in 2014 that the rates of adolescent cannabis use increased in Colorado and Washington after the first year of sales, but they failed to highlight in the report that the data fell within the margin of error, rendering the data statistically insignificant. To make the claim that cannabis legalization leads to increased adolescent use at a time where national use has flatlined is misguided. It's relatively simple, says a SAMHSA statistician who worked on the report. While Colorado's teen usage rates barely changed, the states that had more teen pot use in the previous survey changed even less, or they saw significant decreases. Colorado's rates are statistically the same between 2013 and 2014, said Arthur Hughes, a statistician for the Washington, D.C. area SAMHSA. Dr. Larry Wolk from the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment echoed that there wasn't a significant year-to-year change, considering that the state's teen use statistics were high even before it was legalized. It should also be mentioned that our neighboring state, Rhode Island, where adolescent use was ranked number 1 in 2012 and 2013, saw a significant drop from 13 to 10% in the 2013-2014 report. The importance of factual, non-biased drug education surrounding the use of marijuana is paramount, and drug education programs need to be standardized in middle and high schools. These programs should underscore the importance in abstinence from the use of certain drugs prior to the age of 21 because of the critical window of brain development that puts young people in danger of experiencing the negative effects of drug use. However, we must acknowledge that although adolescent use isn't safe, it is inevitably going to occur. Our goal then should also be to educate young people on how to reduce the harms associated with drug use, instead of using avoidance tactics and only pushing for abstinence. Researchers have explored the effectiveness of DARE and abstinence, and studies have consistently shown that DARE is ineffective in reducing the use of drugs, and sometimes even counterproductive by increasing the prevalence of use among suburban students. Not only has DARE been ineffective at curbing adolescent drug use, but the organization has gone out of their way to suppress scientific evidence by interfering with publications through intimidation tactics and through the filing of a lawsuit against Rolling Stone magazine for writing a critical piece on the DARE program's efficacy. So how can we possibly prevent underage cannabis abuse in a society where young people are given no guidance, no significant research, and no tools to equip themselves with to prevent harmful drug experiences? They are left to their own devices. The way we educate students about drug use needs to be honest, straightforward, and employed by healthcare professionals who base their work in science and compassion. Young people should be educated on both the positive and negative aspects of drug use and abuse, without stigmatizing and dehumanizing the people who choose to use drugs, especially the marginalized communities who have suffered the most at the hands of prohibition. By only presenting young people with one-sided and abstinence-based only drug education, we destroy our credibility as educators by refusing to tell them the whole story. Prevention techniques only work up to a certain age and extent, and drug education isn't commonplace in middle and high schools. Perhaps prevention methods are best suited to educating primary schoolers, but high schoolers are less inclined to believe that cannabis is evil if they have friends and family members who are using cannabis responsibly or for medical reasons. A poignant quote from John Ehrlichman, who served as President Richard Nixon's domestic policy chief, stated in regards to prohibition, "Do you want to know what this was all about? The Nixon campaign in 1968 and the Nixon White House after that had two enemies, the anti-war left and black people. You understand what I'm saying? We knew that we couldn't make it illegal to be either black or against the war, but by getting the public to associate hippies with marijuana and blacks with heroin, and then criminalizing them both heavily, we could disrupt those communities. We could arrest their leaders, raid their homes, break up their meetings, and vilify them night after night on the evening news. Did we know we were lying about the drugs? Of course we did." The truth is out. There are no curtains to hide behind, and we are no longer in the dark. We the people are calling for an end to marijuana prohibition in our state. We believe in Connecticut's ability to organize an efficient and effective regulatory system that's in the best interest of the people and the state. We are ready to legalize and regulate, and we are capable of implementing sensible drug policies. It's time for the fear-mongering to end and the stigmatization to stop. It's time for us to make reparations for the lives that have been lost or destroyed in the name of marijuana prohibition. The time for change is now because we're running out of time. We must make these reparations to restore the prosperity and well-being of our state, and many of us have gathered here today to fight to uphold our right to cognitive liberty. I want to thank Representative Candelaria for inviting me to speak at this hearing, and I'm open to taking any questions you may have. I will answer them to the best of my ability and available knowledge. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jennifer. So that we can move with this panel and then open it up from questions of our members. Daniel Katz from Curaleaf. Daniel.
All right. Hello, my name is Daniel Katz, and I'm a graduate of the University of Connecticut Storrs with a degree in plant science. I am an alumni of the Students for Sensible Drug Policy, and I am also an employee at the licensed medical marijuana production facility in Simsbury called Curaleaf. I'm here to talk about regulated cannabis production. So the state of Connecticut currently has 4 licensed production facilities and soon to be 9 dispensaries serving around 9,591 patients. The Connecticut medical marijuana system is monitored by the Department of Consumer Protection and operates with an opinion that a limited number of producers and dispensaries properly restricts the size of the industry and maintains an ease of regulation. Yet, Connecticut's tightly regulated medical marijuana system stands to grow in tandem with a recreational system. The medical marijuana system usually fulfills the need of the recreational market in periods between the passage of recreational legislation and implementation of a recreational regulation system. In Oregon, medical dispensaries can sell up to a quarter ounce of cannabis flowers per day to recreational consumers from October 1st, 2015 to December 31st, 2016. So on January 1st, 2016, the Oregon Liquor Control Commission started taking applications for marijuana businesses. So basically this leaves 1 year for medical dispensaries to service recreational customers and for the OLCC to take control of recreational sales from the Oregon Health Authority. So the Oregon Health Authority presides over the medical marijuana system, and the OLCC will be presiding over the recreational system. So Connecticut medical dispensaries and production facilities would have exclusive access to the recreational market during the licensing and implementation of a recreational infrastructure. This early sales period will allow for a smooth transition and inform the licensing process for recreational marijuana businesses on where the industry needs to be expanded, whether that's in production or dispensaries, and exactly what that's going to look like. The medical marijuana industry's existing infrastructure will be able to support some recreational customers while a new recreational regulation system is put into place. In Section 21A-408-59 of Connecticut's Palliative Use of Marijuana Act, concerning brand names of the cannabis, the DCP cannot register any brand name that may encourage the use of marijuana for recreational purposes. So this wording exactly is going to have to change when we move to a recreational system. Cannabis marketing from regulatory agencies and the industry will have to take a more direct approach to encouraging safe, sensible, and legal recreational use now that we are going to be allowing recreational use for adults. Honest branding in recreational marijuana products will have names that directly reference the lineage of the plant. So right now, in the Connecticut medical marijuana system, there's no reference to the actual genetics of the strain that you get to choose. So there needs to be some link in the regulatory structure that connects the strains that people are using recreationally to their recreational effects that have been elaborated on in other states. So basically, the name of the strain of marijuana provides a link to the information on effects of the drug and helps consumers make responsible and informed decisions. A medical marijuana patient in Connecticut has the benefit of a relationship with a registered doctor for advice on medical use. But the recreational consumer needs to fill a gap in their knowledge base. The recreational system needs to embrace a pragmatic and harm reduction style educational approach to protect consumers by encouraging safe use. Forthright marketing on the specifics of the retail marijuana system will lead to successes for all parties involved. Also, Connecticut, so this overall recreational system will succeed through an embrace of the idea that not all recreational use constitutes abuse, and that Connecticut legalization should be in an agreement that the harms of marijuana use are best minimized through regulated adult use in a licensed retail marijuana setting. On April 1st, 2015, medical marijuana was added to the sales and use tax exemption for non-prescription drugs and medicines in Connecticut. So it exempts medical marijuana from the 6.35% sales tax in Connecticut. And this is an effort to for proper medical efficacy and also taking into account that medicinal patients' medicine is not covered by insurance. So the state taxes patients through a registration fee to to access the Department of Consumer Protection's online medical marijuana patient system, supposedly to support their treatment, get them involved in the system, and also track inventory all the way from production to the end sale to the patient. So a recreational marijuana system will not require consumer registration fees. Recreational marijuana in Connecticut should tax the consumer on their individual purchase by taxing recreational marijuana as a money generator. Adult use of licensed marijuana will be able to restore valuable public funding to schools and nonprofit healthcare initiatives. A customer's purchase in Colorado, as Representative Dan Pabon stated, so 10%, there's a 10% special marijuana sales tax, a 2.9% sales tax, and then also that local sales tax if the government wishes so. So that price of the marijuana also includes that 15% excise tax on the wholesale transfer of marijuana. Specifically, that 15% excise tax from 2014 to 2015, so those 2 years contributed $37 million to public school construction in Colorado. So the 15% marijuana excise tax is specifically earmarked for up to $40 million per year to go to public school construction in Colorado. By incorporating special marijuana sales taxes and earmarks for specific funding, the recreational system will support the health of the state overall. The medical and recreational marijuana systems tax the consumer in different ways, but can be guided by the same goal of protecting the safety of the consumer and the state. A strictly regulated marijuana system in Connecticut will benefit from the existence of parallel medical and recreational regulatory systems. Increased marijuana sales will decrease the prices for both medical and recreational users overall, reducing the financial burden to medical patients who do not have their medicine covered by insurance. So increased recreational production will overall decrease the price for medical users who are being taxed in a different way. Our medical dispensary and production facilities have already made a huge investment and are ready to take on the recreational market. Connecticut should begin with the formation of a licensed and regulated retail marijuana system for adults for the benefit of the state and its citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, all three of you, for your presentation. Don't go anywhere. Oh, I thought you were getting ready to leave. No. I want to thank all of you. I'm going to start out with some questions very quickly, and I'm going to go to my colleague on the Appropriations Committee, who pointed out many things for me that I looked at, and I listened to. One of the things that you talked about was the fact that you tiered the taxing and you made sure that the whole system was covered in the costs. How much did you borrow from the state when you started this up?
Representative Walker, we borrowed at the front end about $7.6 million to get the regulatory structure, to pay the Attorney General to help with the rulemaking authority. As you can imagine, we delegated a lot of this not in the legislation, but the rulemaking authority. That took several different attorneys, the inspectors, the folks who went inside the facilities, etc. That's for the state level, and then many local jurisdictions at the front end did one of two things. The city of Denver opted in, and the city of Denver decided to assess a special 3.5% marijuana tax on the retail marijuana. That was in addition to their city sales tax, which is roughly 4%. So then they use that 3.5% to offset their local jurisdiction licensing requirements, their inspectors, etc. So as far as I know, thus far, and Denver's the biggest jurisdiction that has the most amount of dispensaries, cultivation centers, etc. Most of this is completely subsidized by the taxes that are assessed against
Against
product.
the product itself. I mean, when looking at the formation that went on in Colorado, a lot of those things we did when we did medical marijuana. We did. I mean, we're way ahead of the game in the establishment, the governance, the distribution, etc. The one thing that we don't do is tax it. Ooh, is she okay? We don't tax it to the level that you are doing in Colorado, but I do believe that the structure is already in existence. Could you, for the panels, explain the difference between vertical and horizontal? Because I heard you mention it, and I don't think everybody understands that.
Okay. Representative Walker, members of the committee. So vertical integration, as it's defined in Colorado, and it's defined in each state can be defined differently, simply means that the amount of product that you grow, the cultivation center, has to distribute 70% of that product through its retail storefront. And the owners have to be the same for the retail and the cultivation center. They can sell 30% of that product to another retail store. Again, that's our medical system. We phase that in for the first 9 months of our retail system to give our marijuana enforcement division the time to adjust to retail sales in general. But after 9 months, that vertical integration piece no longer exists in Colorado. The reason that it does not, and I argued strongly to decouple the integration system, is that the best regulators of the market, I believe, and I'm a Democrat, just to be very clear, is the free market itself. So if all the cultivators have competition amongst all the cultivation centers, that's going to make the most efficient system that exists. And frankly, with respect to cartels or criminal behavior that may exist in these industries, the free market is going to ferret out those bad actors more efficiently and more quickly than any regulator is going to be able to. And so this was simply a competition-based idea that's how we would fully regulate and get the criminal elements out of these spaces. And frankly, it's worked. We have had 2 DEA raids on facilities that have taken out criminal elements in Colorado, and my understanding is they would not have been able to determine this criminal element, except that the economics of their business simply didn't make sense based on the free market of all the other different systems. So something wasn't adding up for the DEA, and the DEA went in, and in fact it was a criminal element operating.
Thank you. Quickly, because we've got a long agenda, I just want 2 quick questions. Well, first of all, we are tracking marijuana usage in the state of Connecticut because we're also working on juvenile justice reform and trying to track that through juveniles to adult court. We are doing that, and with the help of Pew Foundation, they're helping us do that measure. In the state, in Colorado, do you sell medallions for okay, so you don't. That's interesting. Because then that opens up for more people to participate in the actual sales, which I think is good. Connecticut doesn't have county governments. We are just a one state with 169 towns. So the interesting thing is also the fact that you gave the local option to everybody in Colorado. And you did it by county, or did you do it by town?
County, town, and city.
So everybody.
Everyone has the ability to opt in or opt out.
Interesting. I just want to thank the other 2 panelists too. Quickly, from the let's see, I'm sorry, the young lady from UConn, Jennifer, in the poll that was taken at UConn, Was it taken into account the issues about alcohol and marijuana and the impacts that it has on the campus? And if this was legalized, would this have as much of an impact as alcohol on the campus?
Well, there was a poll, oh, sorry. There was a poll at Quinnipiac University. What was passed at UConn was a statement of position in support of legalization. We didn't really discuss the impacts of alcohol use and cannabis use in conjunction with each other. But from what I have heard, there are multiple theories. One is that use will increase for alcohol in concurrence with cannabis legalization, and the other hypothesis is that people will substitute cannabis for alcohol or other more harmful drugs. So although the University of Connecticut didn't touch upon that, I think there is data available that shows that there's evidence for both. I think in Colorado, with the tourism aspect, it did increase alcohol sales because they were bringing in like $18 billion in tourism. But it's also true that many people who use cannabis are choosing to use it over using another more dangerous drug like cocaine or like heroin, because it's a substitution for some people in a sense.
Okay, thank you. Questions from my colleagues. Representative Porter?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Quick question for our state rep. You talked about, Tony, thank you. You talked about the taxes and how it's taxed. I'm just curious, as opposed to in comparison of the alcohol versus marijuana, how does it line up with the way Colorado's system is taxing?
Representative Porter, it is apples and oranges. There is no getting around that. The fact of the matter is, the people of Colorado in 1933, after Prohibition was lifted, decided that general fund money would be used to subsidize the regulation of alcohol. Therefore, that has kept our taxes fairly low on alcohol sales. And again, this is unique to Colorado. Some of you may like this idea, but trust me, there's a lot of downsides. Anytime we have to raise taxes, be it a half a cent or 10 cents, the issue has to go to the voters of the jurisdiction. So if we wanted to raise the alcohol tax, we would have to ask the voters of Colorado to raise the alcohol tax. But again, there's no equivalency, I would say. We have clearly made a direct taxation statement that marijuana will be taxed at a much higher rate than alcohol would be.
Okay, and I have one more question. You stated that you had purchased for $2 billion. You had purchased marijuana, and I'm just curious as to where did you purchase it from? Was this from? Well, I'm asking because I'm wondering if it was the University of Mississippi. I'll just go ahead and say that, but where did you purchase it from, for the record?
Thank you, Representative Porter. The state didn't purchase it. What I said was $1 billion of product was sold in Colorado by purchasers inside the state of Colorado, either through the retail system or the medical system. So it was all I was doing was summarizing the number of transactions that occurred inside with respect to the sale of the product in Colorado.
Okay, so all of it was purchased from what was being grown in Colorado.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Senator Kane.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. I apologize, I came in late, so I missed most of your testimony, but I just want to speak anecdotally, if I may. So I have a grower in my hometown for the medicinal purposes. I couldn't get that out. And reason he came to Connecticut because they were in Colorado, and they said that, it was just too loose. the bill there and the language there, the laws, and a lot of the manufacturers weren't able to make profit, so a lot of it was going out the proverbial back door. And that was the whole reason they came to Connecticut, because of our laws are a bit more stringent and they feel that they can make money. Can you speak to that at all?
Sure. Senator Kane, and you know, I would obviously have to get more specifics on what the gentleman or gentlewoman thought were too loose regulations. The fact of the matter is we have competition in Colorado. So if you're don't have an efficient business model that can compete with the market and allow yourself to succeed, then one of two things is either going to happen. Either you're going to go out of business, which is a normal reflection of economics. In other industries, you would be able to take your business and you'd be able to sell it to another, let's just use widgets. If you weren't able to produce a widget that could be sold in Colorado, you could come to Connecticut and sell your widget there, and you know, maybe there would be less competition. But because this is a controlled substance, because this is marijuana, you can't do that. And so the alternative is to I think what you suggested is diversion or selling on the black market. And I can tell you this, and I don't know if you heard me if you were here when I talked about the DEA raids that came into Colorado, but it is very difficult in Colorado to divert product to the black market from a regulated system. It is, and the DEA is very cognizant of this. And because of our robust competitive market, it is very easy to discern when a criminal element is not, when a business is not able to succeed in diverting. And again, I think the bottom line is we believe that competition is the best way to ferret out bad actors. And if folks, again, and I'm not saying your constituent is a bad actor, I'm just saying if he didn't have a competitive business model, he's not going to succeed, and Connecticut might be a better place for him.
Yeah, I don't know if that's necessarily the case. I appreciate that answer. You know, I believe I've been to their facility, and I mean, it's top notch. I mean, these guys are pretty good at what they're doing, and they're pretty professional. But that's the way, you know, he just made it sound as if there was oversupply and there was just too much, you know, and that's why he liked Connecticut's model. So that's why, if this movement is in that direction, how would that affect, you know, these growers? That's all. But I understand. Listen, I'm a free market capitalist. I've been in business myself for 22 years, so I understand. But I'm just curious if that were necessarily the case. So the growers that began, are there still that many growers? Are there more? I mean, how is it being regulated right now with the legalization of it for recreational purposes?
Senator Kane, so one of the things we have discussed in Colorado is production caps, overall caps on not an individual grower per se, but the overall system, to properly ensure that there is not so much product on the market that there's not enough demand. And I think at this point we're still studying what the right cap is, if any, for this. There's certainly been a growth of cultivators, particularly in the southern portion of the state, which gets is a more agricultural area in Colorado, and folks have decided to move outdoors to grow. That also can mean less pesticides potentially on the product. And so again, it's really, we're letting the market sort of drive the practice and the cultivation practices for the product. And I think we're still trying to assess, what is that magic number for the most amount of production in Colorado.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, and I'm glad you brought up you came back to the fact that this is the cost of doing business. If we're going to sell it, then we have to make sure it pays for itself. And that's probably a difficult thing, so I agree with you. Representative Curry, followed by Representative Zebrin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, and thank you all for being here today and sharing your insights in this matter. To the representative, I really appreciate your comments with regards to the war on drugs and how that has categorically failed, and also touching on the black market and how the legalization of marijuana may potentially edge out the black market sale of marijuana. Just a couple questions for you. What discussions and or measures were taken to ensure that with a for-profit marijuana industry that there were safeguards put in place so that you were potentially not marketing to the most problematic users?
Madam Chair, Representative Curry, can you clarify that question a little bit more? What do you mean by most problematic users?
I guess I would say those who potentially may have existing substance abuse issues that aren't being steered in a direction that otherwise could be resolved in another medical capacity.
Madam Chair, Representative Curry, you know, our primary focus, and again, the bright line is 21 years of age or older, is our primary focus. So anyone under 21 years of age is, to us, a problematic user, because that is, you know, someone under the age, and we focused, you know, millions of dollars to ensure that there's education, prevention, abuse programs associated with that. On the other side, for those who are in a abuse situation, we have treatment options, and we've increased our treatment beds if we find that there are an increase of substance abuse issues. But as a practical matter, there's not an assessment or evaluation when someone walks into a retail store to determine whether or not that person, you know, under your definition, is a problematic user. There's just no way to make that assessment.
Okay. Thank you for that. With regards to the option opting out or opting in, do you have a total number of those who have opted out?
Madam Chair, Representative Curry, I don't, but I can certainly get that to you. I can tell you that yeah, there's no rhyme or reason for the opt-in or opt-out. I can't even give you a like anecdotal, here's the places that opted out, here's the places that opted in. It's kind of all over the place.
Okay. And one last question. Has Colorado seen an increase in hospitalizations associated with marijuana use? And also, have you seen an uptick in any sort of traffic fatalities?
Madam Chair, Representative Curry, we have not seen a statistically significant increase in hospitalizations. What we have experienced is these use of these products called edibles. And edibles can be found in the shapes of animals and, you know, different forms that may be enticing to children. What we have found is that there's been not a statistically significant increase in accidental ingestion, but some accidental ingestion of those edibles. And so right now there is a bill in the Colorado State Legislature to ban the use of animal forms, human forms of these edibles. But that's the closest we get to that.
I appreciate your answers today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Representative Zebrin.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning. Thank you so much for taking the time to come to Connecticut to talk about these issues. I have a lot of questions. I'm not going to go through all of them. I've been spending a fair amount of time actually comparing Colorado to other states spend a lot of time watching documentaries and trying to understand a little bit more of the nuances if we were to legalize. One of them, obviously, is the banking industry. I know you've been having a significant amount of issues there. I'm not sure what the latest status is on that. That's something I'm interested in. Maybe we can talk after. I can get your contact information. The other is the issues that you're having with edibles. And so I'm sure that it was probably one of those unforeseen situations when you have edibles and you have people who think they know how much to have based on their experience with maybe smoking marijuana compared to eating it, and the time it takes before it becomes active and people mistakenly go and have another portion of an edible. How are you dealing with the edible situation going forward, and what lessons have you learned that would be helpful for us as we're contemplating these issues?
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, Representatives.
So it's Zebrin.
Zebrin, thank you. So I'm not sure if Connecticut has a responsible vendor program for alcohol, but we have a responsible vendor program for Colorado. And what that means is essentially we have deemed specific training that is afforded to the alcohol industry for service use to make sure that there's not alcohol provided to minors or underage or anything like that. We recently adopted a responsible vendor program for marijuana retail sales, and as part of that training there is an extensive consumer education component of that when someone walks in the door to say, there are some latency effects of this edible use. You want to use this, in a very cautionary manner. The effects of this may not be felt for 1 to 2 hours, and there's an education process that's going on in our stores in Colorado. One thing that's significant is we have a limitation on the amount of active THC that's allowed in a serving of product in Colorado, and that's 10 milligrams of THC per serving in Colorado's. And our packaging is required to be clearly marked that this is 1 serving or this is 10 servings of marijuana. And we did that specifically so that one, if there was accidental ingestion, if there was over ingestion, whatever the case may be, a physician can simply ask, how many servings did the person or child ingest? And if the answer is 3, the physician would know 30 milligrams of THC had been ingested to do a diagnosis. So that's an important, and that's a cap that we have in place, and that's something we adopted from day one.
Thank you very much. And, that's, I think, probably one of the areas where I see potential landmines, and I think you probably are, from what I've been reading, you're still dealing with that in Colorado. And I have a constituent who owns a medical marijuana facility and have toured it myself. And one of the things that they're really working on is developing the oils and for medicinal purposes, and also pulling out the THC so that it's only providing medicinal purposes, especially I hope one day we'll be having those conversations as it affects children with epilepsy and the other issues that are going on here. The second question I have through you, Madam Chair, is the startup costs. I think I heard you mention in your original testimony it was around $40 million. How we have a significant budget, I'll call it a crisis in Connecticut next year. Our second 2-year fiscal budget is potentially $4.5 billion with a B out of balance. So it would be very difficult to have $40 million in startup cost burden on the taxpayer. So how were you funding that startup cost in Colorado? Was that part of your ballot initiative? Was it debated on the floor? Where did you get those funds from?
Madam Chair, so it was 40 million was the amount of taxes that are dedicated to our public school construction fund. The actual startup costs were more in the area of $7.6 million. And again, the initial ballot initiative that we had passed didn't contemplate taxation at all for any product, any retail product. That was an initiative that we brought to the voters the following year, and that was passed 67% to 33%. And we actually had another ballot initiative the following year that passed in similar numbers. So we have found that at least, and again, we are in a budget crisis in Colorado as well, and we were having to do severe cuts, and that's why we maintain that if we were going to ultimately regulate this, that it was going to have to pay for itself. So the fiscal realities of this were very clear, and unless it paid for itself, we basically were going to shut the program down.
Thank you. And my last question through you, Madam Chair, is I've been reading why other states have failed in their initiatives. Doing in some of my research, there's a real, I think, desire by those who believe in, the opportunity to be responsible for their own destiny, not supporting a profit, pharmaceutical marijuana company so that they can grow their own. Do you believe that that was a critical part of your success in Colorado? And without the ability for the taxpayer to grow their own, in addition to having the private sales ability, do you think that that was a critical component? And if you were to go back, would you eliminate the ability for people to grow, I think you said 6 plants per person, no matter how much land they own? I see that as a critical part of any potential legislation, and I just want to understand if you see that as well in Colorado, and were there any differences?
Madam Chair, the short answer is, if I had to do it all over again, we would not allow home grow facilities, and here's why. It's actually not so much retail that I'm worried about, it's medical. In Colorado, a caregiver can grow up to 99 plants per patient in their home, essentially. And if they have 2 or 3 patients that are authorized them to grow this level of plants, that's 300 plants. And I'm not telling you anything that you can't Google yourself, but Washington Post wrote a very poignant story and videoed the diversion that's happening in our caregiver program from the medical market to the black market. And if there is any contributor, I think, to the black market, it is our patient caregiver program. And again, I'm not saying everyone's doing it, and I'm not trying to, paint everyone with a broad brush, but it seems pretty clear. If I had to do it again, I would recommend not allowing the home grow portion. The other reason I wouldn't allow the homegrown portion is because you want consistency and homogeneity and product control. And so you want to ensure that everyone is using, the same pesticides, the same microbials, the same level of product that they're going to get regardless of where they get it from. And that's not happening in our medical system right now. And so it's allowing for use of some of these products that we would never allow any consumer to consume using certain kind of pesticides and chemicals on these products. So it's a public safety measure, and I think that's why it's important to, again, lessons learned, this is what I would suggest for you going forward.
Thank you so much. And Madam Chair, I need to ask just a follow-up question on that. So that's news to me that you have this sort of caregiver program that allows somebody to grow 99 plants. So now I need to come back and ask a follow-up question so I can understand the structure of the homegrown. I was under the impression that you simply in your state allowed somebody to grow 6 plants. That was the homegrown process. But now you're saying that it's an individual can grow 6 plants, but then if you're a caregiver, I'm sure you have some sort of regulatory licensing process for a caregiver. You don't. No. So if you're a caregiver, and I say that literally like that then, and you can grow 99 plants, is there another level of some sort of homegrown as well, or are those the only 2 aspects of being able to grow marijuana privately?
Madam Chair, those are the only 2. So an adult can grow up to 6 plants, 3 mature, in their home. If there's 3 adults, that means that you can have 18 plants inside your home. Then in addition to that, we have this caregiver model that allows for a much larger number of plants to be grown. Just jump in.
Thank you. Representative Stanesky?
Madam Chair, I think
yes.
Ms. Pradhan had some
Yes.
additional information
Yes,
she
go right
wanted
ahead.
to share.
Yes, hi. I just wanted to respond to some of your concerns. In terms of the packaging that we've seen in Colorado for different goods and products like brownies and cookies, I think they definitely made some reparations that helped with the original problem of children getting their hands onto these medical products by implementing opaque, resealable packaging that doesn't appeal to children. I also know that Oregon is trying to expand upon that and make it even more so that they're not like advertising these to children. Also, one concern that I noticed when doing my research into Colorado and their edible system was that the dosages for edibles in Colorado and other legal states reached up to 100 milligrams of THC, which is an extremely high dose, especially for someone who has never tried the drug before. And that 1 brownie or 2 cookies contained 4 or 5 servings. No one in their right mind is going to eat a cookie or just eat a half or a quarter of a cookie because that would be the correct dosage. They're going to eat the entire cookie because they're younger, or they might not be reading the packaging fully because it's, you know, designed to appeal to them or appeal to younger people. So that's where the problem comes in, and where I think stricter regulations need to be made on the dosages specifically for each cookie. So if you had like an individual cookie with 10 to 20 milligrams of THC as the dosage, and someone ate that, that would be significantly less dangerous than someone eating a cookie that had 100 milligrams of THC and then initiated a negative drug experience. So the other thing that I wanted to mention in regards to the licensing for caregivers and just home grow in general is that home grow for individual medical patients, I believe, is very important to have, because we already know that they don't necessarily have the ability to pay for the costs of medical marijuana because it's not covered by insurance companies. So I think it is important to factor in that because of that cost, it might be vital for them to be able to grow 6 plants in their home, to be able to medicate themselves. I do think it's a little ridiculous that these caregivers were unlicensed and able to have 99 plants that they then distributed into the black market. There could very easily be a licensing system for nonprofit caregiving organizations that are monitored and able to give these services to people who may not be able to afford it, or medical patients who may not be able to afford it. But that just would need to be more regulated. It wouldn't mean that we couldn't have home grow or that we couldn't have these caregivers. It would just need to be something that we pay more attention to and pay more attention to.
Thank you. Representative Stanis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for the trip to Connecticut to discuss this and to inform us on what's going on in Denver. I have a couple of questions for the representative as well as the panels. My first question is to the young lady sitting in the middle. I apologize, I came in late and you were citing some statistics, and I'd just like to know what your background is to the statistics you cite and why you're sitting there, if you could first. Thank you.
Okay, background to the statistics. Well, me and my organization have been doing some research.
And your organization, I apologize.
Students for Sensible Drug Policy.
Thank
Pull the
you.
microphone there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry. Students for Sensible Drug Policy, grassroots organization working to reform drug policies. We've been compiling these statistics over the past month or so, and there's been a lot of competing statistics by a lot of different organizations with different motives. If you're interested in a specific statistic, let me know and I'll try and reference that one. But my personal connection to this is that I am a daily cannabis user. I'm open to admitting that, but I also have a 3.6 GPA, have two majors, and am on the board of 3 student organizations, and have been penalized in the past for getting caught with cannabis on campus. And it was very disruptive to my life, and I don't think that I deserve to be penalized for choosing to use cannabis over alcohol when I find that it's a better alternative for me.
Well,
So,
thank you for that, and congratulations on a 3.6.
thank you.
UConn, correct?
Yes.
Oh, very good. Excellent. So, playing devil's advocate, because I think it's important for you to be able to defend the statistics that you just presented. I know that there was a federal task force report that was just released in March of 2016. And I'd just like your input or your comment to a few stats that came out of that I'd like to cite for you. First, it talks about the spike in use has a foreseeable, and this is not me taking a position, this is just me asking you to support or comment on these stats. This test came out of, it was a federal task force test that, let me see, it was written by, and I want to make sure I cite this, Northwest High Intensity Drug Trafficking Area, the Office of Seattle. So this is talking about Washington State. And it says that there was a huge spike in access to and use of marijuana since legalization with predictable and unfortunate results. And one of the stats that they say is that 1/3 of all DUI cases now test positive for THC, up from 19% in 2012. They say it increased over 120%, the number of drivers involved in fatal accidents that have active THC in their blood increased over 120% from 2010 to 2014. That's the first stat. The second one says a survey revealed that a full 49% of young adults age 18 to 25 respondents who used marijuana in the past month had driven a car within 3 hours of getting high, and that 16% of them had done so 6 or more times in that same month. That's the second one. The one that's really I'm passionate about, and I respect that Colorado has a law that keeps marijuana in any form out of the hands of children under the age of 21, but this has to do with kids. And the stat says that kids ages 12 to 17 accounted for 74% of all state marijuana seizure in 2014, compared to 28.9 in 2010. And that over 3/4, 77% of all drug and alcohol disciplinary violations from September of 14 to 2015 were related to marijuana. The big thing that I'm concerned about, though, is that they said that marijuana poisoning calls to the Washington State Poison Center rose 54% from 2012 to 2014. I'd just like to have your comments on those stats and that report that came out of this task force. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
What was the last one?
Pull the microphone to you, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. What was the last one more time?
The last one was marijuana poisoning calls to the Washington State Poison Center rose from 54% from 2014 to 2012, to 2014. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, no, I have no problem responding to that. I have not read those specific statistics, but the ones that I have show that drug-only DUI arrests moved from an annual high of 1,700 in 2011 to a low of 1,200 in 2014, for an overall decrease of 28% during those 4 years. And so no trend was identified for those who tested positive for marijuana. That's what I have read. In terms of DUI driving and people being found to have cannabis in their blood system, cannabis stays in the blood for a very long period of time. So after that 3-hour period, and anecdotally after about maybe 1.5 hours, depending on how often the user uses cannabis, it's really hard to say that just because someone is found with cannabis in their blood, that during the time that they are arrested or pulled over, that it's due to the cannabis. And also, some of these DUI arrests do not differentiate between marijuana and other drugs. And if you isolate some of these incidents where it was just marijuana use, there wasn't really a significant change in terms of people who are just using cannabis and driving and getting in accidents. Often we see that the combination of alcohol and marijuana on the road is more dangerous than either. So that's very important that we talk about some of these dangerous drug combinations that aren't really discussed in the educational programs that we have around drugs, which sort of brings me back to my earlier point about honest, factual drug education. We're not told in school that we shouldn't combine alcohol and marijuana for this reason. We're told not to do alcohol and not to do marijuana. So that makes young people say, oh, I don't want to be a statistic, so I'm going to use it anyways. And so then they're not informed that the likelihood of them getting into an accident is even more increased when they're combining the use of these drugs. So it's really hard to say with the current process that we have of identifying marijuana in the blood that these accidents are specifically related to cannabis use because of how long it does stay in the blood. Also, kids 12 to 17, 74% of all statewide sorry, there was like 4 different statistics. I'm trying to go over them. But poison calls to the center, I can definitely sympathize about the increase in adolescents using marijuana being startling. It's definitely startling. But at the same time, I think part of it comes down to the way that you view marijuana use morally. Do you think of cannabis use as something that is inherently bad, or do you think of it as a rite of passage? Oftentimes, people under the age of 21, their parents will allow them to, consume alcohol to get that experience before they're like thrust into the college environment where they're surrounded by it. So one very important thing that I want to stress in terms of how we should deal with some of these incidents in Connecticut has to do with this comprehensive drug education. Not telling students, no, you should never try marijuana, but no, you should never try marijuana and drive, especially if you're driving in combination with alcohol. And this is true of other drug combinations that are very deadly. You should never drink alcohol in combination with a benzodiazepine, and explain the scientific reasons why this is dangerous, because if people are just told that they shouldn't do this and not explained why they shouldn't do this, then they're not truly informed and they're not able to make the decisions that would best benefit them.
Thank you. Thank you for your oh, I'm sorry.
May I have a question for the representative, if that's okay?
Okay.
And thank you for those comments.
I just want to say we have another 11 people, so that's why I'm just trying to move on.
I'll be real quick on this, but I
Okay.
do want to thank you for your comments on the comprehensive drug education program. I agree, fear-mongering is not the way to go, and that we need to inform our young adults and those who are older on the benefit of medical marijuana and the non-benefit of driving under the influence. So with that, I'd like to ask the representative a couple of questions. I just want to ask you, I know that, and thank you to Denver for saying we want to protect those 21 and under, or under 21 by changing your packaging. I know that in the beginning there was a big spike in emergency room visits from 5 and under on edibles. And that's still a big concern for me here, whatever direction we take, because it is about protecting those young people. But when you talk about 21 and under, and we keep referencing alcohol and we reference big tobacco, what are you doing in your state to ensure that they're not, I mean, an industry only thrives if it has more customers. So when we're talking about, let's face it, we failed with alcohol reform because kids still get it, and that's why there's prevention councils, and that's why and we failed with respect to tobacco. We can limit the age, but it's that education piece. But what are you doing to ensure that they aren't promoting that with building new customers? And my second question has to do with the fiscal piece. I know that when you first legalized this, you were looking for roughly 134 million that was projected. My numbers say that you're not getting the revenue in that you need, and that the black market is actually causing that. If you could just address those two, and that will be my last question. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Stanesky, is that right? So building new customers. So one of the things, and we've learned, one of the things that we have done in Colorado is we've learned lessons from other industries. So we've learned, for instance, that Joe Camel on cigarettes was a bad idea and enticed children to try that and build new customers. So we have bans on those types of advertising, not simply just in the types of caricatures that can be used or characters that can be used, as well as the television ads, radio ads, those types of things. So we put prohibitions on the advertisement for these materials. They have to have demonstration that the medium will only be addressed to a 21 and older population through publication, magazine, whatever it may be, in order for the advertisement to not be seen by or to be less known to someone under the age of 21. So that's how we address that in our advertising laws and our publication laws. With respect to revenue, and I'm not sure where your statistics are coming from, but happy to have a conversation afterwards. We, in fact, collected more money than was projected in our first year. We had a projection of roughly 67 million. We collected almost 100 million. We had to go back to the voters, and this is unique to Colorado, to ask permission to keep more than we had projected. And the voters said yes. And by the way, go ahead and put more money into marijuana education programs, substance abuse prevention programs, school grant programs to make sure that this is again very clear that this is not allowed in our schools, not allowed for consumption, or at least educate. Again, not allowed is probably the wrong term, but just educate them about the harms of this. And in contrast to Washington, who, by the way, took a couple of years and started a program and then had to stop, reset again, and start over. They didn't have these same tax revenues that Colorado had to produce these same outcomes in prevention, abuse, and overall education programs. And again, I don't fault them. Washington State and Colorado have worked in close hand-to-hand relations in trying to figure this out, because both initiatives passed the same year together. But we came out a little bit ahead of Washington and found that by doing these proactive education programs, we've done a lot better than Washington has on some of their statistics.
Thank you. I thank you. I want to thank the panel for your testimonies, and please don't leave, because there are a lot of people who have continuing questions, and so they'd like to get a chance to just talk to you a little bit afterwards. So thank you very much. Thank you. Next.
So next, we would like to bring up David McGuire, Sam Tracy. Is Jack Cole here? No. Valerio Romano. David McGuire, Sam Tracy. And Colin Stoney.
Jack Cole's here? Is Jack Cole here? No. Okay. David McGuire? Yeah, hi David. Sam Tracy? Yeah. Valerino? Yes. And Colin? Okay, awesome. David, go right ahead.
Thank you for having me, and thank you for having this forum. My name is David McGuire. I'm the Legislative and Policy Director with the ACLU of Connecticut. And we're here because our angle is racial justice. It's absolutely apparent that the war on drugs has been a complete failure, that it has disproportionately impacted minority communities. Many, including me, believe that was very much an intentional consequence. And we see the ultimate legalization and regulation of marijuana as a way to undo some of the harms that have been done for generations around these failed policies. Recent events around the United States, not relating specifically to marijuana legalization, but general events have shown that there are disproportionate contact between minorities and police officers, and this is an area where this happens a lot. It's absolutely clear through statistics that whites use marijuana as frequently as minorities, but there are many more interactions, citations, and arrests of people of color. And we see the eventual legalization of marijuana as the next logical step to try to end that practice, or at least curb it. It's been clear that decriminalization in 2011 year has been successful. There have been far fewer arrests for marijuana, but like I mentioned, we want to cut down on unnecessary interactions between the police and citizens, particularly citizens of color. And we know that in places that have legalized, there have been fewer of these minority contacts, so it does in fact work. The other piece to it is that it's absolutely fair, smart, and the public here in Connecticut supports these reforms. So, we see this as a time that we should really be considering this seriously. There are a couple other impacts that this would ultimately have on minority communities. One is that it would make urban centers safer. That's largely because it would shrink the underground drug economy, and it would allow police to divert resources to fighting serious crime instead of hassling people for the use of a substance that is increasingly seen as, not any more harmful than cigarettes. In fact, less harmful, many people say. The other piece that I want to raise that I don't know if anyone else will, is the need to include minorities in what will be a fast-growing industry. The marijuana industry won't just be the growers, it will be the people that provide plumbing services and security services, all of the things that are necessary for this economy to start and continue. And we want to make sure that minorities have a stake in that, both in terms of ownership of the companies themselves, as well as meaningful opportunity to the employment when these companies do inevitably start to hire. The other piece which is important to recognize is that there will ultimately be a significant windfall for the state of Connecticut. Obviously, we have a huge budget problem, and any money that could help close that is important. But we do believe that some of these funds that are raised should be set aside for justice reinvestment. Again, to help make up for what has been done to minority communities through the war on drugs. And we see that in the form of money towards education, perhaps job training, and things of that nature. So we're very happy to be part of the discussion, and I'm happy to answer questions after everyone else is gone.
Thank you, David. Thank you very much. Sam?
All right. Hello, members of the Connecticut General Assembly. My name is Sam Tracy, and of course, I'm here to speak with you today about the legalization of marijuana for adults in the state of Connecticut. I was called as an expert here for two reasons. The first of all, because I've been a part of the drug policy reform movement for about 7 years now, as a member of a group called Students for Sensible Drug Policy, which, as we've actually talked about a bit today, is an international organization of students who are working to reform failed drug laws. I was also a member of the nonprofit's board of directors for 2 years, 1 year as chairman, and I'm still involved as a volunteer. Secondly, I now actually work in the medical marijuana industry with a company called Forefront Advisors based up in Boston, which helps people open and operate responsible, community-focused dispensaries in states where it's legal. So we do work nationwide as well. And I do also have a strong connection to Connecticut, as I was born and raised in South Windsor, and then went to UConn for my undergrad, serving as student body president for a year and graduating in the class of 2013. During that time, I was a board member of the ACLU of Connecticut and was also an intern in this building as part of the legislative internship program during the 2011 session when I worked with Senate President Don Williams. And during that session was actually the first session with Governor Malloy in office. And during it, we were able to pass a bill that decriminalized the possession of marijuana. This was a very good bill and one that I actually testified in favor of back then, and it has led to a plummet in arrests, saving people from life-altering criminal records and allowing police to focus their efforts on more serious matters. But while much better than failed drug war policies from the Reagan era, decriminalization is simply not enough. It mostly fixes the problems of low-level arrests, but there are still many people being arrested for growing and selling a drug that has incredibly high demand and is objectively safer than alcohol. The black market is thriving, and with all of that commerce in the underground, it is completely untaxed, losing our state tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions per year. All of the marijuana sold on the black market is also unregulated and untested, so people don't really know what they're buying. When you purchase cannabis, it could have 5% THC, it could have as much as, say, 25%. It could have been grown with pesticides not approved for human consumption, or it could have been infested with mold, which of course is not good for your lungs. In a black market, people who sell marijuana often also sell other drugs. Well, the gateway effect as a psychological phenomenon where someone consumes marijuana and has this kind of urge to move on to harder drugs because they're not satisfied with it anymore, that's long been disproven. But banning the sale of marijuana does create a sort of gateway effect for people who only use cannabis to then get access to these other illegal drugs. When you group them all together in one market, when you're purchasing cannabis, you might get offered cocaine or another illegal drug in that transaction. You never see a state-licensed liquor store offering people cocaine or heroin along with their six-pack. You also never see liquor store owners using violence to enforce their contracts or settle disputes with competitors, which unfortunately is the case in the black market since people can't turn to the police or courts for help. The reality is, hundreds of thousands of Connecticut residents currently use marijuana, and decades of prohibition have not changed that. Half the country has tried it at least once. We can continue to pretend that a marijuana-free world is possible, but that's as futile an effort as an alcohol-free world or a tobacco-free world. Rather than continue our criminal justice approach to marijuana, we can instead shift to a health approach, like we do with alcohol, tobacco, and other legal drugs. That approach has actually worked quite well. While teen marijuana use is actually at a 30-year high, teen alcohol and tobacco use are both at 30-year lows, so education and under a regulated system really can work. People who purchase a beer or a pack of cigarettes know exactly what they're getting in terms of potency and what's in it in terms of adulterants or other substances. Their tax money goes into education campaigns which warn the general public, especially children, of the risks of using those drugs. But since they are adults and it's their body, they get to make that decision for themselves. Why not do the same for marijuana? When I was an intern here in the state legislature, calling for the legalization of marijuana for all adults was a somewhat radical proposition, and I realized that. While 50% of the public supported it, no state had yet done it, so Connecticut would have been taking a bit of a risk if we passed a bill at that time. For the record, I do still think we should have done it, and I think this is actually overdue, but I do understand the apprehension, especially in what's called the land of steady habits. But as I speak to you today, 4 states have legalized marijuana for adults, and so has our nation's capital. It'll be actually also be coming to New England very soon. Vermont State Senate has already passed a legalization bill that's now being considered by their House, and their governor is actually an outspoken proponent, so if the House does pass it, Vermont will have legal marijuana very soon. Next door in Rhode Island, there is also a bill being very seriously considered, and they may actually end up referring it to a popular vote, which can only be done through the legislature, just like in our state. And finally, Massachusetts, where I currently live and work, we're going to be voting on a ballot initiative this November that will legalize marijuana in a similar manner to Colorado. And just 2 weeks ago, a federal lawsuit brought in Nebraska and Oklahoma against Colorado in an attempt to shut down their marijuana industry was rejected by the Supreme Court in a 6-2 decision. Legalization is coming to New England whether we like it or not. And with such close neighbors as we have, it makes more sense to get ahead of this and create our own system of regulations so that Connecticut doesn't get left behind. Just as was the case when we still banned the Sunday sales of alcohol, it just made people drive over the border to our neighbors in Massachusetts or Rhode Island or New York in order to buy it. That same is going to be true of marijuana once Massachusetts and Rhode Island pass legalization, and there's nothing we can really do about that. While Connecticut residents are going to be able to purchase legal marijuana quite easily very soon, our state won't get any of that tax revenue and our residents won't get any of those jobs, especially because these states often require you to be a state resident in order to operate these businesses or even be employed there. If we take a measured approach, we can learn from both the mistakes and successes in Colorado, Washington, and Oregon. I leave out Alaska because they're still in their licensing process, and create a legal marijuana industry that is a responsible and upstanding part of our state. We can raise tens of millions, if not hundreds, in tax dollars, some of which will be spent on regulations, but most of which can be earmarked for evidence-based drug education or deposited into the general fund to help close the deficit. And the economic benefit is not limited to sales tax. Creating a brand new industry from scratch will also generate thousands of new jobs and bring investment money in from all over the country. I mentioned the mistakes and successes in other states, so I'd also like to take a minute to address those. While I've advocated for the reform of marijuana laws for many years now, I fully acknowledge that Colorado's system has had its drawbacks. Early on, there were few requirements for labels on infused products, like baked goods and the edibles that we've been talking about. And that led to some people, particularly novice users, and most famously Maureen Dowd from the New York Times, accidentally consuming far more than they would have liked. There was a public outcry, and the state responded and passed new regulations. Edibles in Colorado are now much more closely regulated for potency, and the labels are required to display much more information about the product than they used to. Consumers know what they're getting, and the industry there has even launched a campaign called Start Low, Go Slow, encouraging people who are new to edibles to begin with a very small amount and increase it gradually, rather than eating a huge amount and hoping for the best. And this is because the effects take much longer to have onset than when you're smoking. It's a matter of seconds or minutes. There have also been some problems with pesticide use in the headlines lately. Certain companies in the marijuana industry were caught using pesticides not approved for use on marijuana, and the state issued multiple recalls. At first glance, this sounds like a bad thing, and it is, but remember, on the black market, there are no recalls. The cannabis being consumed by people in our state could contain all sorts of contaminants, and there's really nothing, again, that can be done about it. Regulating the industry like Colorado does would help us catch those sorts of problems and protect the people in Connecticut from unsavory business people who think making a quick buck is more important than their customers' health and safety. Washington has also had some issues. They've had more trouble than Colorado at getting rid of the black market, mainly because their tax rates were so high that it still made economic sense for people to buy their cannabis illegally rather than from legal storefronts. And they also allow counties to ban dispensaries, leaving much of the state without any legal storefronts because there's been much more people opting out than in Colorado. As long as Connecticut avoids these mistakes, we'll be able to drastically reduce the black market in our state, keeping our communities safe while protecting consumers and helping revitalize our economy. Just a few years ago, marijuana legalization was the subject of either laughs or fear. Now, 4 states in the District of Columbia have passed legalization, and we've seen that the sky has not only not fallen, but has actually gotten a lot brighter. Voters realize this, and support for legalization is at an all-time high, with a new Associated Press poll finding national support at 61%, which I assume is much higher in Connecticut, though this was, of course, a national poll, and the latest Gallup poll finding 58% of nationwide support. This is no longer a risk, but common sense. Thank you very much for your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have at the end of the panel.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And what we'll do is we'll have everyone speak first, and then we'll open up for questions from the members. David McGuire? Oh, you went already? See, that's what happens when you're out of the room. How about that? Okay. Valerio Romano.
Thank you, Representative Candelaria. My name is Valerio Romano. I'm an attorney in Massachusetts and California. I've been practicing for about 10 years. One way or another, I've been involved in a medical use of marijuana program for about 20 years in California, whether as an undergrad or an intern in law school. We've had a medical program in California for 20 years. We just rolled it out in the last few years in Massachusetts. So I'm somewhat familiar with the program and with the issues involved. Right now we do a lot of municipal siting and trying to open up dispensaries in a safe and responsible manner at VGR Law Firm. And so the next step in this is a non-medical, recreational, or adult use program. And as part of that, I was fortunate enough to have a seat at the table in drafting our initiative that will be on the ballot in November in Massachusetts. So I'm lucky to be here and be able to speak with you about that and you know, what I think the pluses and minuses and the potential successes are of that. So you know, when we moved to Massachusetts, question 3 came on the ballot, and it was really about helping patients. It's always been about helping educate communities and the education of individuals, and that goes for non-medical or recreational also. We've had really good discussion thus far about the importance of a well-regulated non-medical program, and I think it's really tough to dispute it if you actually look at it objectively and not through the lens of federal law enforcement. Unfortunately, when I was practicing in California, I participated in a number of jury trials where we defended people at the federal level, and they got 10 years in custody for growing marijuana. In the Northern District of California, at one point, I had a judge say to us, I don't care how much marijuana that guy was growing, you go back there with the United States Attorney and you figure out a way for me not to give him 10 years, because 1,000 plants or more is a minimum mandatory of 10 years. He was safety valve eligible. He went back with the United States Attorney and refused to tell all he knows, and he's still sitting in custody today. And so it's a shame that we're doing that to some of our most educated people who are merely, in that case, trying to provide medicine to the patients of California. So, you know, that brings us to this Cole 2 memo I think is important to bring up here. Although there's been some forward thought and some defunding of the Department of Justice from conducting raids in well-regulated marijuana jurisdictions since Cole 2. But Cole 2 in August of 2013, the Deputy Attorney General basically gave some law enforcement guidance to the United States Attorney's Office and said, don't enforce the Controlled Substances Act in well-regulated marijuana jurisdictions unless they implicate some other law enforcement priority. And so those other law enforcement priorities, as most people are aware, are endangering children, or some sort of drug cartel activity, or money laundering. Those are the main ones that come to mind. And so the importance of Cole 2 for what we're discussing now is the value of having a very well-regulated system. So if we take a look at the Act concerning the legalization, taxation, and regulation of the retail sale and use of marijuana in Connecticut, we can take a look at what is the level of regulation. So when we were drafting our ballot initiative in Massachusetts, there was a big conflict. We invited there was a competing ballot initiative when it first started, and we invited them to have a seat at our table, and there was a big conflict between just having sort of complete decriminalization and legalization. That's what some people wanted, and certainly from an anti-prohibitionist, that sounds great. But is it really practical? And unfortunately, it's not. And we can look at Cole 2, we can look at the federal government and their law enforcement priorities, and we can also look at the difficulty it is in actually citing dispensaries in local communities. And if you have a complete legalization approach without a regulated approach, you wind up actually doing more harm, because you're never going to get them cited, and you're not going to get open, you're not going to get the legislation passed. So there were these two initiatives. They were competing. We both went to the Attorney General's office, and ours, which we believe was crafted with a more regulated approach, was the only one that got enough signatures. But we still have the other quote unquote anti-prohibitionists bashing our legislation or our initiative because it's too regulated. And so what I appreciated from taking a look at the Act here was that there is a level of regulation, and that will help with the Cole 2 issues. It will help actually get it passed by the voters. So permitting the retail sale of marijuana is the first prong or aspect of it. We already know that it's pretty much already sold in a retail manner. I think people can go virtually anywhere and get marijuana these days, so the idea is actually taxing it and regulating it. The next one is provide that revenue generated from taxation on such sale to go to the general fund, except that some shall go to these drug awareness programs, ensure that marijuana is tested, and study the impact of marijuana legalization. The Congressional Research Service estimates that $6.8 billion nationwide in excise tax revenue is available. it's better to go to the states and local municipalities than the federal government, in my opinion. What I do is trying to cite dispensaries in Massachusetts, perpetually trying to get money back to the municipality from the sale. Right now, there's no sales tax on medical in Massachusetts, and the efforts to get a special act of the legislation to pass a meals type, excise type tax back to the municipalities on medical has thus failed. But I believe that it's important not to just go for complete legalization, but actually follow these things. And so far, the legislation that's being drafted here seems like it's good. The next is require the Department of Consumer Protection to provide oversight and regulations unless there's a specific provision for another agency. Yes, please, let's have some oversight. That's what we're getting at. It require the potency, labels with potency. Yes, that adds to the regulatory aspect of the program. Provide that medical marijuana dispensaries have initial access to recreational licensing. So that's exactly what we did in Massachusetts. We had the groups that had the most experience in cultivating marijuana, in testing it, in producing it in a consistent and quality fashion. They're going to have the first shot, assuming that our initiative passes and assuming that the legislature doesn't tear it up too badly. They're going to have the first shot for the first couple of years at providing cannabis for non-medical or recreational or adult use. And I think that it adds a lot to it, and it's something that we put through in our initiative as well. Require roadside testing for impaired drivers that are driving under the influence. Now, I don't know exactly what that roadside testing looks like. I don't know if we have an absolutely reliable test. I know that earlier on there was a short discussion about DUIs. I know the National Highway Transportation Safety Administration did some studies in 2015 and showed that there was really no adverse impact that they could find that was significant on mere marijuana use. They did, again, go back to the fact that alcohol use and driving, of course, has problems, and that goes back to education and making it a well-regulated scheme. So as soon as a real test exists, why not, if that's going to get this law through and it's going to help voters feel comfortable about it. And then a separate statutory scheme for medical and recreational use of marijuana. That's absolutely what we have in Massachusetts. Unfortunately, we have a small hurdle in Massachusetts, if there's anything we can learn from it here. In Massachusetts, it's a nonprofit medical marijuana jurisdiction. Rolling that out and allowing the operators of medical to then participate in recreational or non-medical, which would be for-profit, has created something of a hurdle. In Massachusetts, we made it so it's a 3/5 vote of the board of directors of the nonprofit corporation to form the non-medical company, and then that company would be able to be an experienced marijuana operator, and they would have the ability to produce marijuana for 2 years before anyone else can get in the market. So it's something of a hurdle, but I think it's important to have those two regulatory schemes. We heard from the representative from Colorado who spoke about caregivers there being able to grow 99 plants for each patient, so 300 plants if you just have 3 patients. That's having 2 schemes, but one of them isn't sufficiently regulated, and so I think it's valuable to continue to do that. And then the current legal status concerning growth for personal use, I think we just sort of touched on that. Medical marijuana not be subject to a retail sales tax is part of the provision here, and hopefully if the non-medical or recreational program can be rolled out, well, that won't need that sales tax. And then transporting marijuana in a sealed container and banning public consumption of marijuana. Again, more regulatory items that I think are valuable. Now, I really appreciate being here primarily because the importance of doing it through the legislature and not the ballot box is fundamental, right? So in Massachusetts, for medical, for instance, that was done through the ballot box in 2012. Just at the last minute, they slapped in some language about having it be, there have to be nonprofits. So in January of 2014, in Massachusetts, the Department of Public Health licensed 20 dispensaries. 20 retail licenses were handed out. There was some battle during 2014, but today, over 2 years later, there's still only 6 dispensaries open serving a population of 20,000 patients. And that's because it was done through the ballot box and not through the legislature. It was forced on the Department of Public Health. They didn't know what they were doing implementing the program. It's absolutely invaluable to have the legislature take a look at it and figure out a way to implement it responsibly with the existing state agencies. In Massachusetts, with doing it through the ballot box, because we basically, the governor's come out pretty expressly against it recreationally. He seems to, the medical program is moving along at a much better clip now. So the value of doing it through the legislature, though, circumvents what the voters will just put in the law. Like we're creating a cannabis control commission. It's kind of like the maybe Alcohol Beverage and Control Commission. We're doing it for cannabis. But we don't know how that commission's going to roll out. We don't know if it's going to work properly. We've done our best to implement some details on it, but I think it's invaluable to do it through the legislature for many reasons. So, complete legalization and a well-regulated market, absolutely invaluable. And one of the things that we touched on momentarily is not precluding people with marijuana offenses and convictions from participating in this new market. This is sort of the point, right, is that we're trying to make a recreational or non-medical marijuana program, and if you cut people out just because 10, 5, 20 years ago they have a conviction for marijuana sales, that really sort of eliminates them, and it continues to marginalize people from participating in this new market and this new industry. And really, what that goes to is the whole point. We've heard, I think, probably at least half a dozen times since we started this morning that the war on drugs was a failure. But actually, the war on drugs, this might be semantics, it was a great success. But the purpose of the war on drugs was to marginalize people of color and people without funds and without the socioeconomic status to really participate. And that was the purpose of the war on drugs. So if you look at it that way, it was a complete success. And that's why when you roll out a medical use or a recreational use of marijuana program, you don't want to just have it so that anybody with a prior drug conviction is precluded from participating. Because this should be something that's more inclusive for everybody. So with that, I thank you, and I'd be happy to answer questions when we're through.
Thank you so much for that. And we'll hear from Colin.
Hello, thank you all so much for coming out today. Representative Candelaria, the other representatives, and Senator Winfield for coming out today. Thank you, Sam. It's important to notice that currently, nationwide, there's 61% support for legalization, and that's Americans were polled. My name is Colin Sowney. I'm a resident of Guilford, Connecticut. I'm also a daily cannabis user and have been for over 15 years. I'm a small business owner in the state of Connecticut and a patient also. According to the Connecticut State Office of Fiscal Analysis, the current state deficit looks to grow to an astounding $4.3 billion by 2020. Business in this state are beginning to move out, and so are the families they support, as well as the small businesses that benefit from the income of the working class keeps within local economies. With the deficit increasing and the tax base decreasing, there is little sight of recovery, and even Moody's Investor Services has considered decreasing Connecticut's rating. Add to this increased taxes, talk of tolls, jobs, subsidiaries, and other budget cuts, and it becomes apparent there needs to be a change and industry needs to be brought into Connecticut. It is clear there's a serious issue that needs to be seriously addressed and aggressively managed. As the country's fastest growing industry, cannabis must be reviewed as a source of possible income to help secure the instability within the state's budget. Currently, Connecticut's population is 3,500,000. Age 18 to 65 working adults and college students make up 63% of Connecticut's population. 23% of 18 to 25-year-olds have consumed in the last month, and the number is rising. Also, 6% of people above 25 have consumed in the previous month. Following these numbers for Connecticut only shows a huge demographic availability. Of the 2,265,000 residents 18 to 65, it is estimated that 238,000 are in the 18 to 25 demographic, with over 54,000 possible consumers in Connecticut alone. In Connecticut, there's 54,000 possible consumers spending an average of $68 per week currently. This is money that is being transferred in the black market right now. That's a polled number, and many Americans do not admit to consumption, and it is anecdotal that that number may be as high as $350 million. We should regard the same for residents of Connecticut. The average potency of recreational product can vary from as low as 5% for some open growth product to as high as 30% in engineered controlled environments. If we review a 300-mile radius for consumption, and if you review the population of Oregon, Colorado, and Washington, you will find that the population of those three states is just over 16 million. In a 300-mile radius of Connecticut, including parts of Pennsylvania, New York, and all of New England, there is over 56 million people in the same amount of area that Colorado, Washington, or Oregon cover. That's 56 million people. That's 3 times the amount of the other 3 legal states in totality. There's an astounding number attached to that. If Connecticut were to roll out with legalization prior to any other state in the Northeast, there is a potential for over $65 million per week in gross sales, or over $3 billion in gross sales annually. This is an astounding number and will benefit the first state to legalize. It's important to note that Massachusetts is going to be passing an initiative in November, and they actually stand to probably benefit from this $3 billion number. With discussion of legalization, there needs to be attention paid to the potential addictive nature of cannabis and the possibility of it being a gateway drug. People nationwide are beginning to speak out against increased pharmaceutical use as a safe alternative with negligible side effects when compared to the possible side effects of some of these FDA-approved drugs. Even Baltimore Ravens offensive tackle Eugene Monroe speaks out using cannabis for pain relief instead of possibly more addictive drugs. Doctors are prescribing more and more every day, even for children, drugs like amphetamines, including Adderall and Ritalin, or psychoactive benzodiazepines, including Xanax or Valium. And finally, opiates, like OxyContin, morphine, or fentanyl, are often prescribed with warnings and possible devastating side effects, as well as addiction and the withdrawal symptoms that come with stopping use of some of these drugs. Some of these side effects can lead to death or serious detriment to health. Cannabis studies to date show no adverse side effects or any evidence that it may be a gateway drug. The current trend in community seems to be that people go for the doctor for pain, depression, or other condition, and the doctor prescribes an addictive medication. It should be noted that with legalization, there is a plausibility that healthcare costs would be reduced and the burden of expense to insurance companies would also be reduced. With legalization in this state, will be a benefit of earning from not only the taxation of the product, but the economics involved through job creation. The current marijuana program has created over 225 jobs that support just over 8,000 current consumers. Following that trend for the estimated 85,000 current consumers in the state of Connecticut shows a potential for over 2,000 jobs here in Connecticut. Taxing and regulating cannabis, similar to alcohol, seems to be the logical answer for the state. With an already established alcohol regulation committee and distribution network, integration of cannabis into that industry seems sensible enough. Personally, my ex-wife and I operated a package store here in Connecticut for several years until 2007. Its operations were heavily regulated by the state, and the processes and procedure that were in place, including enticement to sell, also seemed to make sense for cannabis. Volume, potency, weight, and tested THC content could easily be used for taxation base at bulk sale to retailers, leaving the retailer responsible for sales tax only. It's important to note that out of that $3 billion, what 6.3% sales tax looks like, by the way. The alcohol industry already has heavy regulations against sales to minors, and those could be enforced also if legalization were a reality. Currently in Connecticut, operators of motor vehicles are subject to field sobriety tests if they are suspected to be under the influence. While these are not 100% conclusive or bounds for evidence, if the administrating officer were to be wearing a camera and the events were recorded, the opinion of the officer may be substantiated, and as a result, further testing through urine or blood could be administered. I'm not a lawyer, and I'm unsure of the exact implications, but it seems to me that integrating the current field sobriety test into a legal marijuana market makes sense for public safety and policy. It's also important to note that current crash culpability studies show, quote, in contrast to alcohol or cocaine, for both men and women, the study and many like it did not find an association between crash culpability and marijuana use, and there's several studies citing this. These are government studies. They are nonpartisan and unbiased. Thank you very much. I look forward to answering any questions that anybody may have. Thank you.
Representative Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you all for your testimony. Really great information, drove home a lot of points that I've found in the research that I've done. The thing that I'm finding, I guess I'll just say it, would any one of you be willing to speak to federally the laws that are in place? I find them to be very hypocritical, especially because we have at the University of Mississippi since 1968 a farm where they have been growing marijuana for medicinal and pharmaceutical purposes. Yet, it's a Schedule I drug. So I was just wondering if anyone on the panel would like to speak to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Porter, through the chair, who's now left. But I absolutely, the Schedule I nature of marijuana, it's really what's largely holding back this industry. But the problem is, it's a catch-22. Yes, it's a Schedule I drug. What does it take to reschedule it? You have to amend the United States Code. To do that, you have to get Congress literally has to act. I think just sort of watching Congress these days, and at the risk of speaking like this in front of a room of legislators, Congress has not been acting probably unless it's for their immediate best interests, and we're having trouble getting the federal government to do anything. So I'm not holding my breath for Congress to act. Although they have made some gains. They've defunded the Department of Justice from raiding regulated marijuana jurisdictions. The first House vote on that, during the first House vote on that, the Drug Enforcement Agency came into Massachusetts, and every doctor who was associated with a dispensary, a medical marijuana dispensary, they actually went and knocked on their office doors, and they went to their homes unannounced, and they told them, you either give up your license to prescribe controlled substances, your DEA license, or you remove yourself from this dispensary. So we're trying to roll out a medical program. One, Congress is in the middle of acting, saying, look, we're not going to reschedule it, but we're going to defund law enforcement prosecution. Law enforcement goes around the back door and says, oh, you have to give up your license to prescribe other controlled substances like Xanax or OxyContin or whatever, or else you have to remove yourself from the dispensary. So it was amazing. But yes, unfortunately, it's a Schedule I controlled substance, and that is a hurdle. That being said, there's only 9 states left without some sort of marijuana decriminalization or law, right? So it's either under an ounce decriminalized, a regular medical marijuana market, a full recreational non-medical market, or high CBD or some other twist on a medical marijuana market. So there's only 9 states left. So the ship has pretty much sailed on this, right? So we just need to get Congress to do something about it. Even if Donald Trump were to become president and make Chris Christie his attorney general, we're not turning this thing around, okay? And so I think I think we can really pretty much rely on that. I always get a laugh with that one, I'm sorry. That being said, just to finish off, what happens if it is rescheduled? This is sort of a big fear, right? Individual people who really care about patients and that's their goal, or want to end prohibition because they don't get to participate anymore. If it is rescheduled, it's big pharma and big tobacco, and they take over this industry. And so it's sort of, we're caught in it's a catch-22, and I don't exactly know what to do with it. Having participated in this for well over a decade, I still don't know the answer. I hope that helps.
It does. Thank you for your comment. And the only other thing that kind of came up was when David McGuire from ACLU was speaking about decriminalization in the state of Connecticut since 2001. And I found it interesting that we have actually gone down in our number of arrests since we've been decriminalized. I think it was something like 259 per 100,000, and now we're down to about 104 per 100,000. So, I mean, there's a lot of things that go into play. And I think the pressing issue for me is that drug dealers don't card. You know, kids are going to be kids. And we need to regulate. And the argument that we're just creating another vice, I don't think is sound, because whether we want them to do it or not, a lot of them will experience. And I think basically because it's prohibited. And that's just the nature of children and some adults. So I think that we need to take all this being said into serious consideration. And again, I thank you all for being here and taking part in this public hearing, because this is very important. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Please don't clap.
Thank you, Representative Porter. Representative Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not a question, just a quick comment for the panelists. Again, thank you all, and I apologize I wasn't here for the last gentleman's comments. So if you take a look at the proposed legislation, which was House Bill 5236, an act concerning the legalization, taxation, and regulation of retail sale and use of marijuana, the statement of purpose at the end says to legalize and regulate the retail sale of marijuana in order to raise revenue for the general fund. And I think that some of the panelists touched on the fact that we should not be just billing this as something to do for money, because that opens up potentially a Pandora's box of a number of things that you could just say, well, we need the money, so let's just do this. And I know our first two panelists definitely touched on the fact that this is going to open up additional employment opportunities for folks throughout the state, whether it's building the new facilities, whether it's the regulators, it's the contractors, it's the consultants. So I think, you know, this is potentially tapping into a new and growing industry throughout the country that we're going to be able to get some of our folks back to work. So I just want to make sure that we're not just billing this as something that we need money, so let's do this. Thank you very much.
Any other comments, questions? Now, you talked about the 6 dispensaries because that was designated based on the ballot. Are they looking to expand that now, or they cannot modify it?
Representative Candelaria, are you asking me about Massachusetts?
Yes, correct.
So actually, our original ballot initiative, we have 14 counties in Massachusetts. Our original ballot initiative limited it, made a minimum of 1 per county that the Department of Public Health was supposed to roll out by the end of 2013, and a maximum of 5 per county with a total max of 35 for the state. So that was the max number. That number actually evaporated at the end of 2013. So today there could be hundreds of dispensaries open. But the problem is, it's just a function of funding with the nonprofit model, and that's why I talked about the importance of having the legislature enact these programs as opposed to putting it through the ballot box where sort of irrational decisions are made for the sake of getting the votes on them. And so that's one, or whether it's a function of losing applicants and people who didn't obtain licenses, creating commotion in the industry and prohibiting others from opening. So that's sort of where we're at. That's why we only have 6 today with 20,000 odd patients who actually have physical cards from the Department of Public Health.
Now, just for anyone in the panel, as this is a cash business, does anyone have a little bit more information? How are these states that have legalized it, how are they managing their banking needs? And how do they manage collection? Does anybody has a little bit of information on that?
Well, in Mass, we have Century Bank. So there is a bank. So before, so in February of 2014, the Department of Justice put out a banking memo, and it actually gave directions to banks as to what they should do. They need to do background checks, do an independent review, and make sure that their actual license holders file suspicious activity reports for every deposit that's made. There's various types of suspicious activity reports. So they gave all this onus on the banks. Before that banking memo came out, all of my clients who were opening dispensaries in the Commonwealth had their own banks. They just went to the bank. They had been banking with their whole lives, and they told them what was going on, and the bank said, okay, no problem. As soon as that banking memo came out, which was actually supposed to free up banking, it had the exact opposite effect. Every single bank threw their customers out, even though there wasn't one proceed of a controlled substance being deposited yet because nobody was even open. So then Century Bank stepped up, and now Century Bank is the bank that every single dispensary in Massachusetts has to use. They're doing pretty well on fees, but unfortunately for Century, they've actually spent a lot of money on rolling out this compliance program, and there's still only 6 dispensaries open. So I don't know if they're making their money back yet or not, but it's absolutely critical to have a bank. Now, it doesn't have to be only cash. There are nationwide, different credit card and debit card processors that actually process these. Unfortunately, the fact is that you have to be a little less than transparent or forthcoming on what the nature of the transaction is given the Schedule I nature of it. So in Massachusetts, Century Bank, who's absolutely compliance focused, has said, well, until we can actually be completely transparent and say that it's a marijuana transaction, no credit or debit. But I know that in other jurisdictions they are processing these, and I think they're fudging a little bit as to what the nature of the transaction is. So we do have banking, only one bank though.
Thank you so much for that. Yes.
And if I may also speak to that, just to elaborate a little bit on some of these kind of alternatives to cash that are going on right now. For example, in Colorado, a lot of the time what they do, I mean, you'll either see a physical ATM inside of the dispensary in which they say, hey, if you don't have cash, we have an ATM in the business and you can just go over there and use it. But then also a lot of them have essentially what's an ATM system at the register, in which, say I'm making a $52 purchase, I can go to them, hand them my debit card. You have to charge it in $20 increments, and so they'll charge $60 and then hand me back $8 in cash. And so it is a kind of a workaround in order to have the process flow work out a little bit better without being able to use your MasterCard or Visa credit card to make these actual purchases. So while there are still a lot of banking issues, and I don't mean to minimize that, but in terms of the quantity of cash flow, it is a lot lower than it used to be in the early days when it was very literally cash only.
And Representative Candelaria, just lastly, there are different companies with the alternatives creating sort of a closed loop system. So you'll take it and you'll deposit $1,000 into this closed loop system, and they won't ever go over the Star network or any of the ATM networks, but they'll have the dispensary signed up with them. And so that closed loop system is something that is actually coming out and as an alternative.
Right. Thank you so much. Any other questions?
Representative, I'd just like to bring to the attention that I know there's a lot of talk against home grow, and there's producers in the state of Connecticut, but according to some of these numbers, currently there's 4,000 pounds of pot being sold in the state of Connecticut in the black market, and that's per week, 4,000 pounds per week of pot being sold in the black market in the state of Connecticut. What's important to notice is if you roll out legalization, if you want to support some of these outrageous numbers that are being spoken about, you really need to discuss where you plan on getting this stuff produced. You'll be fighting with an open grow market in Washington, Colorado, California, Oregon. Out in those states, they can grow outside, as the representative from Colorado just said, up to 99 plants. In Connecticut, currently our dispensaries our grow houses are growing indoors. It's going to be very difficult to compete with an open growth market with only indoor grow available in the state of Connecticut. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that. So I would like to just bring up the other speakers in this order: Joe LaChance, Mary McDonald, Lynn Ann Swasserberg, I believe, if I didn't kill the last name.
Just us. Wow.
I'm short though. I mean, I really.
Good afternoon.
Like I should.
We can go ahead and we can start with Joe LaChance.
Okay. Hi, my name is Joe LaChance, and I am from the Northeastern Institute of Cannabis. We are an educational and vocational training school, the first of its kind in New England, and we train people for the cannabis industry and also educate people on the use and benefits of cannabis. And I'm delivering this testimony on behalf of proposed bill number 5236, an act concerning the legalization, taxation, and regulation of the retail sale and use of cannabis. Connecticut has seen decades of marijuana prohibition. And while the state has made great progress with decriminalization and medical marijuana, it is time to take the final step and legalize cannabis for recreational use. This great country we live in, with so much of its history here in Connecticut, is founded on ideas of freedom and liberty. Prohibition of cannabis is in direct conflict with those concepts. These laws allow law enforcement to go into private homes and incarcerate otherwise law-abiding citizens. Prohibition also creates a greater danger to police and law enforcement than it is at all necessary, and provides a profit center for the black market that is not safe or regulated. It is a danger to the police, danger to sellers, and a danger to purchasers for a substance that has never even caused an overdose or death. Why are we putting the police through these situations when they could be spending time on much more important crimes and community issues? Right now, you have the opportunity to be a part of history and act on what you know your constituents want. Connecticut has always led the way when it comes to progressive legislation, examples being same-sex marriage and the firearm regulations we have just put through. We've always been ahead of the curve, and we should stay that way. With this nation is moving forward with the adult use of marijuana laws from coast to coast, including, almost as has been mentioned here before, all the other New England states are ready to put this on the ballot or look at some form of marijuana legalization. Ending prohibition is about doing what is right. Ending prohibition is about creating jobs. Ending prohibition is about generating tax revenue. It's protecting citizens from unreasonable incarceration and changing the focus of law enforcement. Cannabis legalization will provide safe access for those who desire it. Let's become a part of the greatest solution to illness, addiction, crime, beginning with the protection of our American freedoms. Cannabis legalization is a movement, and it is the foundation of every movement is education. Knowledge is power, and it's a proven fact. At the Northeastern Institute of Cannabis, we have had hundreds of people from all over New England walk through the doors, and there are even some graduates of the school here in the room, and enroll in our programs to simply learn the facts about cannabis or to build a new career in this industry. Our graduates are doctors, lawyers, veterans, housewives, high school students, and retirees. The people who want to build this industry are your neighbors, your friends, your family, your accountant, your realtor, or even your neighborhood barista. They want to gain employment, start businesses, pay taxes, and contribute to the community. This act will create jobs and revenue for generations to come, real jobs that won't go away. Because of our position as an educational and training institution in the industry, and we are the first of its kind here in New England, we're in a unique position to research the trends and identify the growth areas of the industry. Much of this has already been mentioned, but I just want to go through it real quickly. Obviously, the state can benefit through taxation, but also through licenses, fees, permits, through tourism. That hasn't really been mentioned much, but there could be a great deal of revenue raised through cannabis tourism here. Also, it could reinvigorate the agriculture. This state used to be a rich agricultural state. It could reinvigorate that. And we haven't even mentioned here the possibility of hemp and hemp production and hemp legalization. If we could get that commercially produced here in Connecticut, it could open up a whole another arena of revenue. And that is something that really should be addressed as hemp, and I didn't hear much about that today. The insurance industry will benefit. Obviously, Connecticut is a huge insurance state, and every cannabis business will need insurance. Retail will benefit. There are many storefronts that are empty right now. You can look around your town, anywhere in your city, see tons and tons of storefronts, people leaving the state. This could reinvigorate that. Those storefronts could be filled with cannabis businesses. Transportation. The transportation industry will benefit because obviously you have to transport the cannabis from one place to another. It will open up jobs for delivery, many different services as far as transportation. Obviously, security. The security industry will benefit. Every cannabis dispensary, I would assume, would be equipped with a security officer that would card people before they even got to the door. I would see the cannabis regulations being even more strict than liquor. I would even have the excess be even more restricted than liquor here. I would think the security industry would be an industry that would greatly benefit from cannabis legalization. Culinary industry, restaurants, cafes and lounges, as far as edibles. There could be all kinds of different new kinds of culinary things, and the restaurant business as well as the state through the Department of Health could benefit from that. Insurance industry, cultivation suppliers, HVAC, people, plumbers, electricians, all these people have to build grow rooms for the cultivators. All these jobs will be created. Advertising, branding, marketing, anything that a new industry coming to the state, any job that will be created for the cannabis industry. Dispensary employees, cultivators, there will be testing, packaging, quality control, and plenty of jobs to be created here in the state. And in addition to vocational training, it is important to re-educate the general public, lawmakers, healthcare workers, attorneys, and law enforcement, and anyone else potentially impacted by legalization about the facts of cannabis and dispel some of the antiquated beliefs and research which have allowed prohibition to exist to this point. It is important to educate the consumers on proper dosage and titration of cannabis, different methods of ingestion, their effectiveness, safety, and usage, the differences between the cannabis varieties and the effects they have, proper storage and child safety for cannabis, the current federal and state laws pertaining to cannabis. I think everybody should be educated on the laws so they don't get arrested and they don't break them. The effects of legalization that may have on their lives, their children's lives, and their community. All these things need to be educated. Education, we believe, as a school, is the key to all of this and is the foundation of what could be a very successful legalization recreational program. Certain things that have allowed prohibition to continue. The fact that cannabis is no longer considered a gateway drug by DARE. They have actually removed it off their website. And the Journal of American Medicine have published numerous papers on the fact that cannabis is no longer considered a gateway drug and that alcohol and opiates are actually more of a gateway than anything. Cannabis has also been proven effective as a way to get people off opioids, which has been mentioned here. It is also known that cannabis works with our body in an endocannabinoid system. All these things would be very, very important to let the public know and to educate, to set up public education programs through the state and through private institutions. I think that is the key to everything. I think we haven't, there was no liquor education when people started drinking. There was really no cigarette education when people started smoking. We know now, we have the facts here. We can start fresh. We can start with a clean slate and legalize and regulate this as we want. If we can start educating the public now, educating the lawmakers now, educating the attorneys, educating everybody now on the safest way, the best way to use this, I think we would be really, really ahead of the game, and I think that would be the way to go. In conclusion, cannabis prohibition, I'd like cannabis prohibition to end across this great nation, and a new era of freedom and legalization must begin in the vision of our forefathers. Obviously, you all know our forefathers grew hemp. Our forefathers actually wanted us to all produce hemp outside for 6 to 8 months of the year. We need the legislators to be part of the solution. So be a champion for a greater and important change than you ever may have be able to provide in your political career. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to Ms. McDonald.
Hi, can you hear me? Okay. My name is Mary McDonald. I'm a resident of Connecticut, and I am a concerned citizen for the legalization of marijuana. I've been a smoker and a partaker of marijuana for 40 years. Unfortunately, when I was young and I first started, I was taught by people that it was a sacrament, it was an herb, it was used for healing, and it was not considered just a drug. And I have the utmost respect for the plant and for all the things that it represents. This is my testimony concerning the legalization of recreational cannabis in Connecticut. First and foremost, I would like to thank all of you who took the time to be here. I've been involved with rock and roll festivals for 40 years now. Subsequently, I've worked at them and had the opportunity to be in contact with literally thousands of young adults. My personal mission has always been to inform those I've talked to about the perils of drugs and drinking. Having raised 7 boys myself, and the communication from them and their many friends has inspired me to educate others to talk about the consequences of experimenting with substances that can be addictive and can injure or kill them even after one use. Also realizing and telling them that no one thinks that they will become addicted to anything. All of this in the hope that even if one life is saved, perhaps the heartbreak that a community endures when a young adult and their whole life ahead of them dies from substance abuse can be prevented from happening. And in the last few months, we've lost 9 young people in their 20s in the rock and roll community just in Connecticut. The most heartbreaking statements I've heard over and over from these adults, young adults, is that the reason that they do pills or heroin, etc., is that no one can smell it. But if they smoked pot, everyone could smell it, and they'd end up in an arrest and an upheaval of their living situations. This is a sad state of mind to be in, and therefore, if a natural herb was a legal choice, one that has not produced injury or death, and all other mind-altering substances can and have, why not make it accessible to the people? We have a medical marijuana program in the state of Connecticut that is great for those who benefit from it for various ailments, but most people do not qualify for the license. This leaves those who don't to seek relief other ways, mostly the acquirement of pills or illegal drugs, including marijuana. If it was decriminalized and available for the purchase by adults, it only makes sense that those who now, under the laws, are considered criminals would no longer be criminals. By having the availability of recreational marijuana for legal purchase, the number of people who are addicted or become addicted would shrink. The number of deaths from overdoses would dwindle and therefore save lives, precious lives, to families and communities. Finally, with a deficit that is threatening massive cuts to services of all kinds, this state perhaps taking a look at the growth to coffers in the state that would have legalized recreational marijuana would be an enlightening solution to our economic problems. Tourism is increased in those states which have legalized it, which always brings more growth to the economy. Please consider what a positive change this would be in Connecticut in many ways. The reason that marijuana is not yet legal for recreational use in the United States stems back to the 1930s. Prior to the end of Prohibition, cannabis was said not to be a problem, did not harm people, and it was quoted, "There's no more absurd fallacy than the idea that it makes people violent." And this was quoted and said, these words that I previously said, by a man named Harry Anslinger. He was the first commissioner of the Federal Bureau of Narcotics. He completely turned his opinion 360 degrees from a non-violent drug that was like, he thought it was great, to when his supporters became William Randolph Hearst and the industrial firm DuPont, a petrochemical interest company that conspired together to create an anti-marijuana campaign to get rid of hemp as a competitor to synthetic materials such as nylon. What ensued was a form of insanity that resides and still affects us to this day, jailing users, and he also was one of the largest racists that ever held a government office. Jailing mandatory users, mandatory minimum sentences for possession, belief that it should be classified as a drug like heroin. In 1939, Mayor LaGuardia of New York commissioned the LaGuardia Committee in the study of the effects of marijuana. They concluded that it doesn't lead to addiction. The report was released in 1944. It infuriated Anslinger, who claimed it was not scientific. Later, a joint report by the American Bar Association and the American Medical Association on narcotic addiction was released. Anslinger again had the audacity to refute their study. This was credited with the ending of his position as the commissioner of the Federal Bureau of Narcotics, but the damage was already done. The reason that I bring this up is that the time has come, with the knowledge that we have today, for us to stop and think for ourselves. Almost 100 years later, that's 1930s to now, the time has come to stop the insanity that was caused by the greed which perpetrated the untruths and caused so much pain and heartbreak for citizens. We need to think in the present about what would work now in this day and age for people. Thank you for considering the legalization of the recreational marijuana and believing in the rights of the people to the pursuit of happiness in the United States. Thank you very much.
Ms. Schwarzenberg?
Hi, everybody. I'm going to give you a different perspective that I haven't heard yet from the other speakers. I'll use the mic, but I'm usually pretty loud anyway. My name is Lynn Ann Schwarzenberg. I'm from Ansonia. I am both a patient and a caregiver in the Connecticut Medical Marijuana Program, and I strongly support the full legalization of marijuana for both medical and recreational purposes. The reason that I feel that this needs to happen most is that the current medical program that we have is broken and cannot be fixed simply by changing regulations. It's both arbitrary and capricious in nature. It has many deserving conditions left out, and the process to approve new conditions is time-consuming and extremely difficult for sick people to navigate. Two people with very similar conditions may not both have access to the program. The best example in my non-medical opinion would be Crohn's disease and ulcerative colitis. Crohn's disease was approved at the beginning of the program, and the people with ulcerative colitis were not given access to the medical marijuana program until just, I believe, this session. As the caregiver for my elderly parents, I know firsthand how much marijuana can change the lives of a patient, for the caregiver, the patient, and also their entire family. I'm proud to be the medical marijuana caregiver for my father, Richard Schwarzenberg, who turns 80 this year. No one expected him to live past about 60. He's a retired small business owner, iron worker, and veteran. He qualified for medical marijuana due to cancer and epilepsy. But my dad was also a doctor-assisted drug addict with a steady supply of opiates. Over a decade, his chronic pain from diabetic neuropathy was treated with increasing doses of Vicodin, Percocet, OxyContin, and fentanyl patches. He was maxed out on his dosage, but the opiates couldn't bring his pain level below a 6 on a 10-point scale. It was very hard to see my dad suffering in so much pain, but what was even harder was watching his personality change. From a caring and funny guy, everybody's favorite Uncle Rick, to a mean-spirited, angry, frustrated, and even cruel person. He frequently lashed out at my mother, who suffers from Alzheimer's dementia. His behavior caused my mother to have severe anxiety, worsening her condition and causing my parents' home to be like a powder keg, always ready to blow up into arguments. Everyone knew that he was an entrenched addict, and it was time to do something about it. When I approached his pain management doctor, he treated me like I was a criminal, saying, "Maybe you want this pot for yourself. How do I know what you'll do with it?" And he didn't even see the irony of making these statements as he was literally handing me prescriptions for fentanyl patches and Percocet. Think about that. I convinced my dad to go against his pain management doctor's advice and try the medical marijuana program. He had never used marijuana in his life. It had a terrible stigma to him. Remember, he grew up before the 60s. He reluctantly tried it, and within 6 months, we have weaned my dad off fentanyl and Percocet solely with the use of medical marijuana. That's for him, not me. Okay. He is opiate free and now reports his pain level at about a 1 or a 2. A significant decrease in his pain problems. His attitude and his behavior have improved so much that he and my mom hardly ever argue anymore. He's the affectionate, patient man that I grew up with once again, and my parents now often fall asleep holding hands. Our entire family was healed by medical marijuana.
Please note that everything I've just talked about has nothing to do with epilepsy or cancer. I guess I have to say that my father was lucky to have those conditions, because without them he could not have qualified to treat his real problems. Diabetic neuropathy and opiate addiction are not covered conditions. Even if they were in the pipeline right now, we could expect at least 6 months or a year before they were approved. Indeed, if they are approved. This is just my own personal story, but the senseless guidelines we have for who can and who cannot have medical marijuana affect people not only with diabetic neuropathy, but also severe migraine headaches, panic disorder, or an illness close to my heart, Alzheimer's disease. If we lived in Rhode Island, my mom would have been covered for this important medication, but not here in Connecticut. This is why we need to legalize fully, so that we can treat everyone who needs the miracle of marijuana, not just those whose conditions are recognized. In closing, I'd like to address the false equivalency of marijuana and alcohol. Many people will compare recreational marijuana use to alcohol. But this is an unfair characterization. Unlike alcohol, no one dies from a marijuana overdose. Really, no one dies from it. I've heard an anecdote, and I know I'll get some laughs for this one, that the lethal dosage is 50 pounds from 50 feet, meaning hitting you on the head. On Thanksgiving, my father accidentally squirted an entire syringe of marijuana oil into his mouth and gave himself approximately 25 doses of THC. A dose meaning 10 milligrams, so 250. He got happy. Then he got dopey. Then he got sleepy. We're not talking about the Snow White here, but it's exactly what happened. And then he had a great night's rest with no respiratory depression, as he has COPD and he's on oxygen. And this is an option that does not cause respiratory depression. And he had no need for medical treatment. I shudder to think what would have happened had he accidentally taken 25 Percocets, or accidentally, somehow, drank 25 shots of tequila. I don't know how you would do that, but, just addressing the fact that marijuana is I've heard it from one other speaker, it is objectively much safer than the drugs that are legal right now. It just makes sense to legalize marijuana for everyone so that more conditions can be covered for more people, and we don't have to split hairs as to who can have it and who cannot. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, we also have panelists Ann Armstrong and Alan Gordon. We can start with Ann.
Thank you. My name and title is Reverend Dr. Ann Armstrong, and I serve as Deaconess of the Healing Church in Rhode Island. We're kind of a pan-denominational apostolate, which I'm Roman Catholic, and my colleague is a Jewish Mason. So we cover all the main, and we consider ourselves biblical originalists. As such, we read sacred scripture in its original languages and practice what we believe to be the originalist practices. It's our understanding that all the churches that use original sacraments that follow apostolic succession, going back to the time of Jesus and even back to the time of Moses, and even back to Abraham's encounter with the ram in the burning bush, and even back further than that, all of these encounters between God and man were mediated by a plant called cannabis. It's our understanding that it's the Catholic understanding that cannabis is the material through which the Holy Spirit is born to us. And so the Catholic Church has always used sacramental material in their worship. It is our understanding that some of these sacraments require the use of cannabis, and that because of the First Amendment and RFRA and our LUIPA, these uses in a religious context are on the other side of the wall of separation, and no taxation or control laws apply to them. We've been to federal court. Our case was CA 15-215, and in her decision, which was a partial win for us, we've already gained the concession from the federal judge that the federal government respects our use of cannabis in our worship, in our religion, in the John chapter 6 Eucharistic sharing sense, and also in the James 5:14, if anyone among you is sick, let him call for the elders of the church and let them anoint with oil and pray over them that they may be healed. Our understanding is that oil which we're supposed to anoint is cannabis oil. And so we're working with the state of Rhode Island because we've got both historical and scriptural, architectural, artistic, literal, and liturgical proof of our assumptions, but it's also our understanding that before finding this out, a priest, before he's ordained, takes a vow of silence, so he actually can't answer. So during the time of the Prohibition rising up from 1937 and on, we saw Catholics and Catholic churches destroyed in Europe. We saw Catholic priests murdered, along with the Jews and the Masons. We believe for this very reason. We have evidence that Anslinger threatened the Cardinal of Philadelphia and made him remodel that beautiful cathedral to make it look, to remove all the cannabis art. We have evidence that Anslinger and then later Ehrlichman and Haldeman were carrying out orders that came from a foreign European country. That is going to be presented in a lawsuit written by my colleague Ken Gordon, but in the meantime, we've already got federal recognition of our religious use of cannabis. And so, following the tradition of the sisters of the Catholic apostolate, such as Saint Scholastica and Saint Hildegard of Bingen, who wrote about their miracles healing the sick with cannabis oil all throughout history, we're working with the state of Rhode Island to set up regeneratively funded outreach centers where we can provide medicine to the sick for free. And we're also working with our state officials, our Attorney General, to provide some sort of marking for our church members that lets the police know that their use of cannabis is not subject to any laws, and that their gardens within their own curtilage of the home church are not subject to any laws. And it's tricky to do that because we don't want to violate the Establishment Clause. It's hard to say you have to be I mean, in our church, our understanding is a bit bigger. And so we're still working on that. But under the First Amendment, RFRA, and our LUIPA, the laws you write actually don't apply. And so we're trying to use that to bridge the gap and bring some help to a situation where it's going to be years before you have FDA approval and insurance paying for cannabis medicine. We can give the sick cannabis medicine now for free. We can get it to them. We don't have to worry about state lines. We don't have to worry about laws that unenlightened states might write, except for possibly Pennsylvania. We have to challenge their RFRA because it contains a clause that's prima facie unconstitutional. It was written deliberately to prohibit the practice of even the Catholic religion. It says you can't use sacraments in your worship. We use a lot of different materials sacramentally, and some are salt, some are water, some are bread that's consecrated and blessed with the chrism. Some are a holy chrism. We follow the recipe in sacred scripture that says at Exodus 30:23, take olive oil, cannabism, which we interpret to mean cannabis, but some King James versions and stuff say it's calamus, which is sweet calamus. Calamus is the most bitter herb. The Jewish people eat more raw bitter herbs at Passover to remember that this truth had to be hidden for a while. This is the papal shield. When we walked to Washington, D.C., when the Pope was there in September, we walked 400 miles. We blew these ceremonial ram's horns all the way, and we caught the Pope's attention because he answered our letter by changing his family crest from grapes to a bud and ordering the Cathedral of St. Peter and Paul in Providence, Rhode Island to post it on their mercy door for the whole year. He's saying to us, be merciful to each other and be merciful to the earth. Please don't grow medicine using fracked oil. Let it go outside under the sun. It's so much more efficient and kinder. Saying, please don't tax people. Please don't make this a thing for profit. It's medicine. People should just have it, and then they can be well and use their money for other things. We were able to show our lawmakers how, by supplying the sickest people with free cannabis medibles, they have that money available, and it would actually generate 13.4, in little tiny Rhode Island, $13.4 million in sales tax revenue, letting people have money to spend on other things, like shoes for their kids and books for their kids and maybe a trip to the movies or out to a restaurant. When people have money to spend, they spend it, and then there's work and the economy flourishes. This regenerative funding scheme allows people who are currently idle to engage themselves as working partners funded by an investor who's going to get his investment back regeneratively in full, maybe with a little bit more, because the working partners add value, and then when they donate the valuable item to the 501c3 to be distributed, the receipt for the in-kind donation is much more valuable than the original money invested. So the investor, that's Mr. Moneybags in the picture, he gets all his money back, and he might even get like 105 or 110%, which is like not, you couldn't invest in the stock market that right now and do that well consistently. The farmers and the chefs and the, the people who are making it into the medicine, they get funded here. So that actually is subject to 1099s. There's tax revenue, but the real tax revenue is letting people have money to spend, rather than sucking it out of them from taxes and paying for things like water and medicine that they should just have. So I'll try to be a little bit briefer. The only other thing I want to ask you, in our understanding, the word that you keep using to refer to what we call cannabis, the word that begins with an M, is a made-up, pejorative slang word that Anslinger used to demonize cannabis users. He wanted to make it look like those foreign Mexicans with their evil weed. And he and William Randolph Hearst launched that reefer madness nonsense that said that it made women wanton and unable to control themselves. And he made the vile joke that cannabis took away women's self-control so much that it would make even the Blessed Virgin Mary, I can't say it, but the word Mary, to me as a believer and a daughter of the Blessed Virgin, I cringe every time I hear that word. It's a slave word. And you've got Mark Twain on your wall out there honoring him. His books were banned from some libraries because he used the slave word for black people, and people said, that's a horrible word, we don't want to hear it. That other word to our church is a horrible word. It's blasphemy against the Holy Spirit. And I hope that we've already had cases dismissed because we go to court and say that's a pejorative, non-probative slang word, and it prejudices the court against the defendant. When the judge hears it, it nullifies the law, so maybe you should keep it because it gets people out of trouble. But it's as offensive as having a bimbo equal pay protection act or something. You have to be careful with the language. And again, when you say black market, it goes back to Anslinger saying, this is bad for black people, keep it away from them. And keep it away from, that would be the black market. It's racist. A better term is the underground economy, and it was driven underground by the laws, because some people actually need cannabis to live, to be healthy, and to be holy, and to communicate with God. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. And I know your colleague Dan is with you. Did Alan want to? Did he want to add anything to what you party? Okay.
I am Alan Gordon, canon to the Healing Church in Rhode Island. You just heard from my colleague, Deaconess Ann Armstrong. We come to Connecticut to confess the number of tearful, gravely ill Connecticut citizens whom we personally have given cannabis from church supplies when your state's medicinal supplies are insufficient to sustain human life. Shame on society for enacting cannabis medicine at underground prices, while those still mired in unworkable regulations are bullied away from cheaply and independently producing the life-saving medicine they need by themselves. Under the sun, the way God intended, our church is compelled to exceed statutory limitations as religious practice. Our originalist church recognizes cannabis as the Bible's medicinal plant called, in Hebrew, cannabism. This plant's biblical botanical depiction is the same as the Tree of Life's botanical depiction. Scripture's primary healing and textile crop is woven all through the good book, from creation's day 3, when the female tree of life was taken as a cutting from a rib or branch of a plant man named son of the soil at Genesis 2:22, to Revelations 22:2, where the tree of life is to be finally given back to mankind in the far future at a sacred wellspring in a city of God under a special sun, which neither rises nor sets, with its roots directly in the water, says the Bible. Whatever regulations Connecticut enacts or omits to, if the framework is insufficient to save lives, then I will do what is necessary to save them. I have had myself arrested in such work, starting in 1993, literally more times than I can count, from the wooded parks of Providence to the red clay dust of Atlanta, Georgia. In 2004, I was imprisoned in Georgia with robbers and murderers, where I had bones broken and organs ruptured for giving away cannabis to a cancer patient in a slave state. I am unafraid and would eagerly do so again, because Connecticut has so far been spared the indignity of getting spanked in court by an unrepresented Jewish clergyman. I am a Freemason, and in my work I could not help but notice unmistakable signs of Masonic influence in the biblical cannabis art and architecture of New England's churches. I found this odd, given that Freemasonry is excommunicable for Catholics without a dispensation from the Pope himself. Upon further inspection and research, it became clear that Freemasonry, like Catholicism, Hindu Shivism, and Ethiopian Orthodox Rastafarianism, has at its core a mission to protect the secrets of biblical cannabis so that they may be revealed at the proper time, which is more or less now. It is unlawful for a Mason under his own oath to use his affiliation for personal or political gain. The last clear record of U.S. Masonic political influence, and one which is highly poignant, was General George Washington's 1775 raid of British gunpowder stored in the colony of Bermuda, when Connecticut Governor Jonathan Trumbull could not scrape up General Washington's gunpowder as needed after Bunker Hill. The general turned to Rhode Island's governor, Nicholas Cook, to launch the Mason-assisted Bermuda raid. Emergencies are emergencies. Even for mere cannabis, revelations of Masonic secrets, as well as public criminal conduct unbecoming a Mason, are serious offenses within my institution's internal body of law, and yet my public proclamation has not brought a single word of rebuke nor formal complaint against me from either Roman Catholicism or Freemasonry. You are strongly urged to ask yourselves why. You're further urged to ask whether blocking access to or price reductions for, or even failing to act to fix those problems is a sin you wish to carry, given that this is the Bible's plant of renown. A distinctly cannabis-like plant called cannabism was in the biblical anointing oil. The deacon has held some up before. It was used unlawfully by Jesus, the anointed one, or Christ, and his followers also used it to heal unlawfully. This cannabism-containing oil was psychoactive in the Bible, as evidenced by the results of King David's anointing in 1 Samuel 16:13, or Isaiah's anointing at 61:1. Connecticut today faces a crisis just like in the book of Numbers, chapter 11, in which 2 elders were brought to Moses for trial for unlawfully achieving anointing's psychoactive effects without a special license. Moses acquitted the 2 men, finding them in better faith than their accusers. Today, cannabis charges are brought in the name of Connecticut as if the state were a victim. These charges are brought in bad faith due to the 3 lies in the Connecticut statute. First, the statute calls cannabis by a misspelled foreign slang word not used in the law of any other country, not even in the law of the word's country of origin. The word was introduced to the United States to demonize cannabis by associating it with foreigners. Since the M word used in the statute is prejudicial to listeners but not probative of the plant's definition, its mere use in the statute prevents fair court trial. That word is the first lie in your state's cannabis ban. The second lie is that the substance is classified wrongly as an hallucinogen. It got that reputation when, in the early part of the 20th century, it caused Black, Latino, and Native American men to unlawfully look white men in the eye and expect to be treated as equals, which was thought delusional at the time. Cannabis is not an hallucinogen, and calling it that in law prejudices listeners without probity and hence also prevents a suspect's fair trial. The third lie in the cannabis ban is the statute's absurd assertion that cannabis is of highly limited medical value, when other Connecticut statute, as well as real-life experience, contradicts that sharply. Those 3 statutory lies render the state in bad faith in every cannabis accusation against any citizen or guest. Connecticut is the epicenter of big pharma calumny and the lethal global tidal wave of allegedly addiction-proof OxyContin suckered out to unsuspecting doctors around the world, and it started here. I imagine big pharma influence upon this state's legislature is significant, and that they, big pharma, are afraid of the massive drop in opiate prescriptions wherever cannabis is made available for medicine. Now that we know concentrated cannabis kills cancer better than most other chemo, I imagine big pharma's multi-billion-dollar annual chemo interests are threatened as well. In our state, Rhode Island, we now have a chemo sewage crisis as chemo patients sicken those around them by leaching cancer-causing chemo into their homes and surrounding environs. Is that the sort of medicine that we wish to support by restricting access to the Bible's plant of renown? Big Pharma thinks plant medicine works best when stripped down molecule by molecule and patented. But Dr. Liu's 2013 Japanese anti-cancer cannabinoid studies show otherwise. Real cannabis, with its naturally occurring ratio of cannabinoids, kills cancer better than any individual cannabinoid or patentable formulation thereof. The entourage effect, Dr. Liu called it. The entourage effect. Learn it, know it, live it. Using legal fictions to block access to life-saving healing is a crime against humanity in international law, for which the hell on earth to be paid will seem short compared to what's next. Jesus did not like taxes on healing sacraments, nor artificial limits on who could be healed nor when. He was the anointed one who healed unlawfully and his people's anointing oil was made with cannibalism, says the Bible. Render money unto Caesar, but what the Bible called the aroma soothing to the Lord, which God commanded as a way to end violence and sickness, shall not be taxed. As you draft and debate your secular laws in ways that give equal rights to people of all faiths or even of no faith, do not implicitly deny the name of Christ, lest you disfavor that faith among the totality of human belief. Remove this anti-Christian prohibition utterly and restore this state's religious dignity as I express my freedom within Connecticut, regardless of the statute, to save lives. There shall be no more deaths from prohibition and no more thefts of sick people's medicine. Inconsistencies within the four Gospels show that 100 pounds of an incredibly valuable set of anointing spices were ganked from Jesus' tomb by two backbiting Pharisees, Nicodemus and Joseph of Arimathea. I appear here today to say that there shall be no more such deaths and no more such thefts. I'm available to answer any questions the panel may have, and as soon as we deserve it, may God bless us all.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate the history lesson and the education from all of our panelists today. Any questions or comments from colleagues? Representative Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I just want to say thank you for your enlightening testimony. I know many may not have been able to follow. That was a lot of ancient history you were sharing, and I happen to have a little bit of knowledge. So I was there for a minute, gone for a minute, there for a minute, but I thank you for bringing that to us. One thing that needs to be addressed in the state of Connecticut that kind of came out of some of the things that you were saying, and I'm sorry that I missed the rest of you all testify. Connecticut does need to address the issue that we have, and I have had this issue come to me through my constituents, and actually a constituent from Bridgeport was just speaking to me out in the hallway. People have medicinal cards. We're talking people with cancer, but they can't afford the marijuana. So that is an issue that we as a state need to address. I don't think that what we're trying to do is to fuel the underground market, but in actuality, that's what's happening. So thank you again for your testimony, and thank you for taking the time to come here and share that information with us today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other comments? No? All right. Again, thank you very much, and I think the overarching theme of this last panel was all about education, and whether that's educating us, educating the public. Someone mentioned knowledge is power, but we definitely need to make sure that we all are educated to our best abilities when we're moving forward in crafting any sort of potential legislation here in Connecticut. So again, I want to thank this panel and all of the panelists before this. We are going to move on now to the public portion of our public hearing today. Just as a reminder, the public will be given 3 minutes to add their comments, and then we'll open it up for questions and comments from legislators. First up, we have George Sinclair.
Good afternoon. My name is George Sinclair. I'm an assistant clerk for the Appropriations Committee. I'm here to present the remarks of Mr. Paul Armentano, who is the Deputy Director of the National Organization for the Reform of Marijuana Laws, more commonly known by their acronym NORML. Mr. Armentano is originally a resident of Simsbury, Connecticut, and has been NORML's Deputy Director for nearly 15 years. His credentials are extensive and are readily available. His remarks are as follows. I applaud Representatives Tony Walker and Juan Candelaria for holding this informational hearing to discuss the merits of cannabis law reform and regulation in Connecticut. The public policy debate that is taking place here mirrors the debate that is simultaneously taking place across the nation. Now more than ever, there exists tremendous public support for ending our nation's nearly century-long experiment with pot prohibition and replacing it with a taxed and regulated adult marketplace. Over 6 in 10 American adults now believe that the use of marijuana should be made legal, according to just released nationwide polling data provided by the Associated Press. In Connecticut specifically, 63% of registered voters now say that they would support the adult use of marijuana, according to a 2015 statewide Quinnipiac University poll. But voters do not desire replacing nearly a century of criminalization with a marijuana free-for-all. They are aware of the reality that marijuana possesses some level of risk, and there exists the potential for abuse. In fact, it is precisely because of this reality that society ought to regulate it accordingly. Advocating for marijuana's continued criminalization does nothing to offset these risks, it compounds them. Marijuana prohibition drives markets underground and abdicates control of these markets to those who typically operate outside the boundaries of law. Regulation, by contrast, allows for lawmakers to establish legal parameters regarding where, when, and how an adult cannabis market may operate. Legalization also provides oversight regarding who may legally operate in said markets and provides guidelines so that those who do can engage in the best practices. Such regulations already exist for alcohol and tobacco, two substances that are far more dangerous and costlier to society than is the adult use of cannabis. A 2009 review published in the journal British Columbia Mental Health and Addictions estimates that health-related costs per user are 8 times higher for drinkers of alcoholic beverages and are 40 times higher for tobacco smokers than they are for those who use cannabis. The imposition and enforcement of tobacco and alcohol regulations, coupled with public awareness campaigns highlighting these products' risks and acknowledging the distinctions between their use versus abuse, has proven effective in reducing the public's overall consumption of these substances, especially among teens. Unfortunately, a legal environment in which marijuana is criminalized is not conducive to imposing such common-sense evidence-based practices. A pragmatic regulatory framework that allows for the legal, licensed production and retail sale of cannabis to adults but restricts and discourages its use among young people best reduces the risks associated with the plant's use or abuse, and provides an environment whereby customers can learn the skills and knowledge to readily delineate between the two behaviors. That is why the majority of Connecticut voters welcome the opportunity to bring necessary and long overdue regulatory controls to the marijuana market, why they support lawmakers' efforts to move in this direction.
George,
Yep.
I appreciate you reading somebody else's testimony into their record. Does he have a summation at the end of that you might be able to provide?
Yes.
We have copies of that, I assume.
Okay. Yeah, just briefly. In particular, scientists have identified a positive association between the passage of medical marijuana laws and reduced incidences of opioid abuse. Specifically, statewide overdose deaths from opiates decreased by an average of 20% 1 year after legalization, 25% by 2 years, and up to 33% by years 5 and 6 in states that have legalized marijuana. Yes, his testimony has been submitted for the record.
Thank you very much, George. As it was not his testimony, I assume there are no questions for George? No. I just want to say thank you for the work that you've done to help many of the members on this committee with a lot of the research that has gone into crafting the legislation and getting to the point that we are today. So we appreciate your work.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Tracy Helen. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the committee. Thank you all for being here, and for the folks who travel from out of state, welcome to Connecticut, and thanks for adding your voice to this this important issue. I appreciate the opportunity to present during this informational hearing on the legalization of marijuana.
If you just state for the record your name.
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm Tracy Helene. I'm a Middletown, Connecticut resident. So thank you for holding this hearing today. I appreciate the time. I've been using marijuana regularly for over 27 years. I'm currently a daily user as part of the state's medical marijuana program. I currently use cannabis oil to treat cancer, and I smoke it as well to relieve other symptoms. During the last 27 years, I've earned 3 college degrees, run 2 marathons, managed a successful career, and avoided paying perhaps thousands of dollars in taxes, instead working to maintain a thriving underground economy, which marijuana currently exists in. Aside from this one issue, I've been a law-abiding and responsible citizen, and have gladly paid taxes, and would gladly do so for safe and legal marijuana. After decriminalization a few years ago, I started referring to the marijuana economy as the gray market. The quantities that I was purchasing from a guy that I knew were never enough to get me into any real trouble, but it was still technically illegal. I'm glad that the medical marijuana program is available and that I've been able to access it. And someday that there will be much more easy access. During most of the last 27 years, I've used this harmless substance as responsibly as possible, fortunately avoiding legal issues along the way. As I said earlier, I joined the state's medical marijuana program back in November, and have enjoyed the benefits thus far, and I may actually be seeing some tumor shrinkage as well from cannabis oil that I've been using. Nothing else has worked, surgeries, chemotherapy, nothing has controlled my tumor growth over the years. I will say I was happy to hear earlier from the gentleman from Colorado that they have, I think, a tiered tax system to help subsidize the medical marijuana program. I have found the state's medical program is pretty expensive and borderline inaccessible for many people who might have any financial concerns or not live close enough to one of the dispensaries. And I like that this bill would open the program up, and I would really like to see that if there's some way to tie some of the taxes into subsidizing the program for people who can't afford to get on it, because it is, I would say, prohibitively expensive. I've been fortunate over the years, and we saved a lot of money. As my career wound down, I was able to access the program. I'm currently spending $400 to $500 a month on medical marijuana, and I think I heard other people suggest earlier that a fully legalized recreational program might help to lower the price of medical marijuana as well. So I will wrap up. I heard the bell. As you consider this bill to fully legalize marijuana, I urge you to move quickly. I think we've heard from other folks, time is of the essence. If Connecticut is on the trailing end of this trend, we will miss the novelty factor that we had with the Native American casinos and other types of gaming in the state. It won't be the shiny new toy in a few years. Every state in New England and the Northeast probably will have legal marijuana. I know it's not great to think about cashing in quickly, and we don't just want to cash in. However, if we miss the boat on this, there will just be many dollars that are lost at a time when we're really in a budget crisis. I believe that the studies have been done nationwide. There are now 4 states with legal marijuana. I urge you to take advantage of the knowledge that they've learned in other states already. It was great to have a legislator from another state here today. So I feel like the study really has been done, and I think a lot of folks here have the sense of inevitability that the law will pass eventually. So why wait? You know, the study's been done. People have been talking about this for 40 years. I believe the time has come. I appreciate your time. I put my contact information on my written testimony, which I hope you have, and I would be happy to answer any other questions that you might have at this time.
Thank you. Representative Lesser.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Tracy. You and I have known each other for a number of years. You're a constituent of mine. And I just want to, at the outset, thank you. I know that there were physical challenges in coming here today, and want to just applaud your perseverance through medical challenges to come and share your perspective. I was really interested in your testimony about, you know, the thing I've been struggling with on this is how the potential legalization of recreational marijuana would interplay with the existing medical marijuana system, and I think your point was well taken. Trying to figure out how those two systems would work together, whether they should piggyback, whether they should be separate, how that would operate, and to think about it as potentially providing lower cost medical marijuana was I thought very interesting, and something I'll be taking back. So I just wanted to thank you for that, and thank you for being here today, because I know it was a difficulty.
Yes, thank you, and I should have thanked you at the top as well. Thanks for helping to facilitate me being here today. And with the tying medical and retail together, I did visit Colorado briefly back in the fall. Most of the stores are actually together, and as I think some folks here probably know, you show your medical card to get into the medical side of the store, and if you're a tourist or a member of the general public, you just go to the retail store. I assume you buy different products, and I would like to see something similar in Connecticut where there are the medical products, and perhaps if there's a retail program, that it just be flowers. I personally don't care for edibles the way that they're marketed in Colorado, because once they're out of the package, it looks like a cough drop or a piece of candy or anything like that. So I don't really like that idea too much. But having something available for folks who are used to using cannabis or marijuana, you know, just to do so in a safe way.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other comments? Representative Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much for your testimony, and congratulations on your tumor shrinkage. That is a big deal, so I didn't want that to slide. You mentioned a couple of things, and I'm just curious, is cannabis your only, I know you're doing the oil as well as smoking the cannabis, but are you also doing any kind of chemo or radiation, or is this what you're dependent on for your cancer treatment?
I've exhausted standard medical treatment options at this point. So there was some talk that I might get onto Opdivo a couple of months ago, but since I responded so well to the cannabis oil, we decided to hold off any other type of treatment. So I haven't had any other type of treatment since November.
Okay.
And I had chemotherapy last summer, which I ended in early September. So since September, I've had no approved treatment for my cancer and have used cannabis oil.
So just as a follow-up and for clarity, you actually ran out of funding for?
No.
What happened?
I ran out of options. I've had several major surgeries,
Okay.
chemotherapy, which did
I see
not
what you're
work,
saying.
and a clinical trial, which I wasn't able to stay on for various reasons.
Thank you. And one last question. What if any difference are you finding with the street cannabis versus the medicinal cannabis that you're getting?
Well, it's nice to know that I'm getting something almost directly from the grower. I've never had that in 27 years of using cannabis. I've never known where anything is coming from that I'm getting. I'm just trusting people. Sometimes they're virtual strangers. Sometimes they're good friends who I've known for a number of years. I will say I did find the street prices to be cheaper. I'm actually paying a premium to go to the dispensary, get what I know I'm getting, and also to support the program. I have felt strongly over the years that once a program became legal or something was available to me, if I could afford it, I would do it. So I'm paying extra to be in a program that is really on the right side of the law. And I would have done that 10, 20, 30 years ago, or 30, no, maybe 20. So yes, but I found that quality-wise, I think now I was in a lucky situation, and I knew someone who was able to get decent product. But I was very lucky, and I was paying lower prices. So I found the quality to be similar, but it is nice to know that what I'm getting has passed through no other hands before it gets to me.
Absolutely. Thank you again. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Candelaria.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question. How has cannabis helped you compare to other prescribed medication? If you can talk a little bit about that.
Okay, so I will say I would like to say I think this is a little bit off topic, but I'm happy to talk about it. So for me, as I said before, I went through surgeries. The type of tumors that I have are unusual, and there's no normally prescribed treatment option for it. So we went through surgeries hoping just to remove physically the cancer. It continued to grow during that time. Once we got to the point where I'm really inoperable, we decided to try a standard regimen of chemotherapy just to see if it would work. Initially it worked a little bit after a couple of months, and then the way that my doctors explained to me is that cancer cells can kind of figure out other ways around medications, and that was what they did with the carboplatin and Taxol that I was using. So they were ineffective in the second series of cycles that I took. So at that time I was referred to the clinical trial team. If you're at a place like Dana-Farber in Boston and you're referred to the clinical trial phase 1 team, basically you're out of options at that point. You're a guinea pig. So that's what I've been. I did try one clinical trial, which, as I said before, I couldn't stay on it. The side effects were just too great. And so with the cannabis oil, I see that the two chief side effects that I have are that I'm thirsty most of the time, and that I sleep about 10 hours a night. So nothing debilitating. I just need to set aside 10 hours at night to sleep. I try to take the medication in the evening. It is extremely potent. I wouldn't be sitting here right now had I taken it this morning. So I do find that while it's it's an alternative. It's completely unproven. I have no idea what I'm doing, and I'm taking this on advice that I saw on the internet, basically. So, you know, again, like, if we can get a full legalization enacted, I would like to see some dollars, you know, somehow to help with the medical program, to target it toward patients who are people like in my situation or any of the other dozen conditions that people have, to get them onto the medical program, because we're really, you know, without a caregiver, and my doctors won't really even acknowledge the medical marijuana program. So I'm kind of just going by stuff I learned reading online. You know, maybe it's working. I mean, it seems like it's working, but it's really just anecdotal evidence that I'm going on.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you for that input. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Porter for the second time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the second time. And just real quick, I mean, just in listening to your responses just now, I'm wondering, have any of the doctors that you've been under care with ever mentioned to you about the cannabinoid system in our body and how we actually have receptors that react with the THC and CBD in cannabis?
Have the doctors that I work with mentioned that? No. I've learned about that by reading online.
Okay. Thank you.
Representative Lesser for the second time.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, for the second time. I just wanted, just for purposes of clarification, I think all of us, I speak for, are grateful to hear that you've seen tumor reduction, but I just want to clarify that you're not making a generalized medical recommendation about how people should respond to treatment. I want to just
absolutely not. And this is unique to my situation. Basically, I have no other treatment options. So this is what I'm doing. I would tell people, listen to your doctors. If you have a doctor that you're working with, don't listen to me. I don't know anything. I'm just a guy off the street. And I have also taken the advice of my doctors over the years. I have informed them of what I'm doing, and I haven't ignored any advice that they have given me. They don't have any more advice to give me at this point. So the only words of encouragement I've gotten from them is, if something's working for you, keep doing what you're doing. But they won't endorse it, and they won't really help or guide me with it.
Thank you very much, and I hope that our friends in Washington are looking and will choose to fund research into important fields that I think and questions that need to be answered. And I think that would be helpful. But I appreciate that clarification. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, and I think many of us have heard similar stories with regards to the usage and how it is affected once you've kind of exhausted all of those other potential or those other medicinal opportunities. But again, I don't want to sit up here and say that we're advocating to those sitting at home and listening to this. That that's what they
and
should
I would
be
never
doing.
do that either.
Right.
Absolutely.
No, and I appreciate that.
Yeah. Okay.
Excellent. Any other questions? No. Thank you very much for your testimony. Next up, we have Seamus Kelly. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Seamus Kelly. I'm from Waterbury, Connecticut, and I am here to focus on the taxes, which seem to be the most important to this. Thank you, State Assembly, for seeing us this morning, your common constituents, all of us passionate about the legalization of marijuana. But if we do not act before our neighboring states do, the large amount of tax revenue that will be made off the legalization will not be ours. No, we will wallow in our own indigence, squandering this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to rapidly accumulate wealth, while neighboring states, all who have similar bills, stalled in their own internal politics, will make billions if they do it first. They will dine in opulence, and you will lay off more Connecticut citizens, driving out the demographic vital to our state's economy. 75% of people between the ages of 18 and 85 in Connecticut want legalized recreational marijuana, and you would be foolish not to reap the massive taxable benefits that your constituents are willing to pay to no longer be considered criminals for engaging in a harmless recreational activity, one as American as apple pie. But I'm not here to talk about pies. No, I'm here to support the tax revenue and the countless jobs that will be made as the new industry takes hold, bringing with it a tidal wave of prosperity, the likes of which we have never seen. Now, it's a known fact that every year the State Assembly looks over the state's budget, and every year you all turn up debt. Then you have to make the harsh decision over whose lives are going to be ruined with another round of layoffs. The numbers don't lie, folks. Colorado will take in the predicted $1 billion in cannabis revenue. Now, with a population of 5.4 million people in an area of 1.4 thousand square miles, all of New England is 72,000 square miles. And with a population of 14.3 million people and another 19.75 million in New York, all eager to get their hands on the pie. Now, I can only speak for 3.75 million in Connecticut, but a nice big juicy $1 billion in our economy would be awfully nice. And when you make cannabis legal, standards will have to be met, as well as supplies for the market. And when given the chance, local horticulturists will pay a tax to meet this demand, and our state agriculture will once again flourish. With only a 5-month outdoor growing season, cannabis is perfect for Connecticut's crops. And there's a reason it's called a weed. The common man can grow it and partake in the revenue if a simple yet reasonable tax is levied. Connecticut citizens are willing to pay these taxes in order to supply the local demand without relying on inferior products grown to unknown standards from other states. And a high controlling interest can also be established in the commercial global cannabis market. Connecticut will once again take the reins, as it has since our founding fundamental constitution was drafted. And every single process can have a new tax applied. The revenue generated in these taxes will be gargantuan unless we sit and stall, missing this vast opportunity to create a whole new industry for our beloved Connecticut, all which will need to be monitored, taxed, and regulations to ensure the standards along the way to protect the recreational consumer safety. And this is an opportunity for exponential income potential. Now, you have to ask yourselves, would it be better to repave a highway or to close down another school? That's it. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much for your testimony today, making some extremely valid points, I believe. Any questions or comments from? Thank you very much, Mr. Kelly. Next up, we have Norman Plude.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having us here. My name's Norman Plude. I live in Southbury, Connecticut, and I've been a medical marijuana patient since 2012. I first obtained my card when there were no dispensaries in Connecticut. At that time, we had no other choice but to break the law to get our medical marijuana. The two choices that we had were to either go to the black market or grow our own. I consider the black market much too dangerous for growing. Nobody should take the risk or injury or arrest for purchasing cannabis, whether it's for medical or recreational use. The revenue Connecticut will receive from cannabis is, when cannabis is legalized in Connecticut, could help subsidize some of our education, healthcare, substance abuse, and mental health programs. Cannabis will be a new industry here in Connecticut. With recreational marijuana, we would have to have new grow locations produce and sell it. According to Hemp Staff, a cannabis industry employment agency, the average number of employees for each facility would be roughly 32 jobs per manufacturing facility, 26 for cultivation center, 12 for testing facility, and 7 for a dispensary. They also list a number of positions that are popular within the industry, such as accounting, administration, bud tender, dispensary agent, dispensary tech, cannabis chef, delivery driver, dispensary manager, extractor, laboratory workers, marketing and sales, master growers, security, trimmers, and cultivation workers. Those are just a few. These jobs would be new jobs for us in Connecticut, filled by a workforce of unemployed workers ready to fill these positions. Our skilled construction trades will have work again building and maintaining these facilities. By legalizing cannabis, we also open up the hemp industry here in Connecticut. Fields that have not produced any crop in years could once again produce. We can make our hemp products here in Connecticut with our own workforce. It's clear that Connecticut voters support legalization of small amounts of marijuana for recreational use. It's better to be the gateway of New England than just a rest stop on the way through. It's up to you, our elected officials, to do what's right for our state and our people. Making marijuana legal in Connecticut for recreational use will drive competition, creating better products at lower prices in a safe environment for our residents. In doing so, we will create new jobs for our residents. Connecticut can start collecting taxes to help cover our state deficit. Cannabis will bring in tourist industry and money. This money is money that this state really needs now. The medical marijuana patients in Connecticut are a great cross-section of the people in Connecticut. We've been responsible with our actions in cannabis. We treat it with care and respect. Connecticut is ready for marijuana. In 2015, a Quinnipiac poll on March 11th found that 63% of the Connecticut residents want this legalized. This is up from 52% in May 2013. On April 1st, WFSB News was running a poll, and at that time, 77% of the people that they polled in Connecticut want marijuana legalized in Connecticut. That's it.
Thank you very much for your comments. Any questions from members? Yeah, Representative Porter.
No, just want to thank you for your testimony and for the mention of hemp, which is something we have not discussed as it relates to cannabis, marijuana, whatever you want to call it, and the tremendous revenue that could come from that as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next up, and I apologize, Muhad Galapian. My apologies if I butchered that.
That was incredibly not close. That's an awesome mic. Yeah, I'm Michael Gallipo, and I'm currently, well, in addition to being a current medical marijuana program participant, which has been extremely successful, in my intervention case, I suffer from, and I believe that I provided documentation of ankylosing spondylitis, which is not one of the conditions that's listed, but as a wartime fully honorably medically discharged veteran, I was able to get a prescription for PTSD. Unfortunately, my mother, who suffers from the very same arthritic condition, which is very similar, I believe, to one of the other conditions that's already listed. It's a psoriatic arthritis is actually in the same family, and it's already permitted. But I cannot get access or treatment for my mother. In addition to that, I also study policy, social policy as a social worker at Rhode Island College. There are astounding statistics showing increasing numbers of post-traumatic stress disorder, including a very large population of undiagnosed. And in a recent Journal of Social Work article, it was estimated that about 10% of women in America across the board suffer from some form of post-traumatic stress disorder. Our current medical system as it exists now does not have the capacity to feasibly reach the amount of people that it needs to reach. And in order to increase access for people that should have access to potentially life-changing medications, we need to be able to increase the capacity to make a public statement in terms of disarming the stigma, okay, that involves practitioners being able to build a larger evidence base to be able to accurately and effectively prescribe the best and most current interventions that are available by our own scientific measured standards and methods. This is currently what we ascribe to professionally as social workers, and my brother as I believe Representative Pabon comes from the same district at John Wilkins. My brother's placed as a pharmacist in the School of Pharmacy in Denver, where they're currently building a larger evidence base for current prescription methods for practice to be able to get these medications available to other people. In addition to that, I also suffer from Tourette syndrome, and as a side note, I've seen almost no twitches since I've started my medical treatment. I've gotten off of all other medications, including Neurontin, Tramadol. The only prescription level left afforded to me was to go into the narcotic realm of painkillers, and this was a diversionary method that not only allowed me to get off of all other medications, including naproxen, which was causing damage to my liver, but I also managed to quit cigarettes in the process. So to say or allude that this is a gateway to worse decisions is an absolutely incorrect assumption, and I stand proof of that. So I stand before this council to thank you guys for being able to hear us out today. I currently own a production company, and I've had to recently turn down contracts because I had to revise due to the restrictions of the Conservation Council in terms of green production. I wanted to be able to produce hemp necklaces as keepsakes for individuals through the Connecticut Casket Company, I couldn't verifiably source domestic hemp. So I couldn't meet the requirements of that existing agency in order to conduct business and generate revenue, which I already rent a commercial space and pay for licensing to do in the state of Connecticut. So it's impacting the ability for me to operate my business as I see fit. Given that these significant impacts are personal in nature, not only that, but we need to take a stance as a state to deal with this in terms of it being a public issue. And in order to deal with this nationally as it being a public issue, we need to be able to provide access to everybody equally, and not assuming that people have access because of a right as a patient, but it should be a God-given right to everybody in this country, and that will allow us to destigmatize this treatment for people who are currently receiving treatment. And I can go to California, or I can go to Washington, D.C. on vacation and bring my medication with me, and I don't have to worry about going to jail because I want to go on vacation with my family. And I live in Connecticut.
Michael, thank you so much for that testimony.
Thank you.
Michael, don't leave yet. There's one, I believe there's one question from Representative Porter.
Actually, it's not a question. I just want to thank you for your very articulate and heartfelt testimony. You actually spoke to something that I have discovered in the research I've been doing, and I can't tell you how excited I am to actually have somebody sitting in front of me that can actually lend testimony to that, and that is that, you know, marijuana being called a gateway drug, and the research was saying that it's actually proven that it's an exit drug. And that when people have access to marijuana, they don't graduate on to higher, more lethal doses of illegal drugs. And I don't know if that's true, but what you just said spoke to me, because it really did pique my interest in all the talk that we've heard over all the years about marijuana being a gateway drug. You start doing marijuana, you end up doing cocaine, heroin. And with the heroin epidemic that we now have, the research actually spoke specifically to that, saying that marijuana is an exit drug for heroin addicts. Mm-hmm. So I think that that's something that this state needs to look at more closely. And we keep talking about research. And we actually do have a place we can garner some of that research. As I said earlier, the University of Mississippi has been doing research since 1968. So it's not like there's nothing for us to draw upon, which brings a lot of confusion to the platform for me. I don't understand why it's been such a well-kept secret, and how the feds are able to, you know, have it as a Schedule I drug, when in effect they've been growing and selling it for pharmaceutical and medicinal purposes for what, over almost 50 years?
Half a century.
Yeah, almost 50 years. So thank you for your
Thank you.
testimony, and thank you for sharing that story.
I would like to contribute one additional
Thank you, Mr.
footnote
Chair.
on the whole opiate epidemic, because that is a very serious issue that's facing us now. And one of the primary issues that I have with the current medical care system is I feel that at any point in time, if a physician is sitting at a juncture where they have to make recommendations for treatment, and that recommendation belongs solely to prescribing opiates, there should be any available alternative remedies made available to those doctors to prescribe under evidence-based practice, to not have to push people down a potentially harmful pathway to addiction. And medical marijuana could be that alternative.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Michael, couple more questions. Don't leave yet. Representative Vargas.
Yes, first of all, I'd like to thank you for your testimony. I received a very heart-wrenching letter from a mother who lost a child to this whole heroin epidemic, and while it was very sad, the fact is that she lost that son while we have all these harsh laws against heroin. And despite all these harsh laws, we have an epidemic of people overdosing on heroin, many of them passing away. So I think your testimony is right to the point that if these harsh criminal laws were working, we wouldn't have this epidemic. What are your thoughts on that?
My thoughts are as simple as this. You know, I'm a recovered alcoholic. I have experienced what it is to be addicted firsthand. And there was no law, there was no statute There was no person in my life, not my own mother, who could have convinced me that I needed to do something different. It took an extreme intervention, a very personal measure, and there was no policy that could have covered the scope of what I needed to do, and that was a personal choice. But what we're talking about is creating a differentiation in terms of stigma about crafting this as a public issue, because it's a public issue. This is no longer a personal issue. When this became an epidemic of this proportion and policy no longer is effective, then we need to craft new legislation and new policy that enable and empower our population to be successful in incredibly challenging conditions, improving economy, increasing access to alternative medications, and being able to empower people's belief systems and religious beliefs. These are all things that will prove a part of the solution, not a part of the problem. And that's what we need to think about when we're crafting this policy.
I appreciate the candor in your testimony. While I think that the whole issue, the economic issue, is an important issue for the state of Connecticut, facing an economic crisis where many of our social and human service agencies are on the chopping block because of lack of funds. My main concern on this whole issue of this war on drugs is similar to Representative Porter's. I've seen 3 or 4 generations of inner city kids destroyed by this war on drugs, by getting involved in a business that has been deemed to be an illegal business and having their records ruined, not having an opportunity to get a good job when they leave prisons. And to me, that's really the tragedy here. And many of these kids in the inner cities are not even users. They're just in this business because it's the only lucrative business they can get into. And sometimes the business is actually fed by wealthier kids who are white kids from the suburbs. And there's a lot of hypocrisy in the way our government and our law enforcement has dealt with this issue. So I really appreciate your testimony. Thank you again. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you, Michael. Next person up is Bob Painter.
Representative Sandalero, Vargas, and Porter, thank you for conducting this informational session. It's been nice that you've been allowed to mention hemp and the tragic war on drugs, in addition to talking about recreational use of marijuana. And my name is Dr. Robert Painter, and I'm a longtime Hartford resident, a former thoracic surgeon, a former councilperson for the city of Hartford, and a former research analyst at the Central Connecticut State University, where I did research on American drug policy. So this is something I'm most interested in. And I'm not really here to support or object to whether we do recreational or adult use of marijuana. I'm here because I expected there would be some people here against it, and many of the arguments that are against changing the drug laws are based on misinformation, and I just wanted to pick about 3 things that I think you should keep in mind when you start hearing from those who object. One is that, and it's been very nice to hear people present actual factual information based on good research, which they've been able to cite. That's what we need to hear. But I think the whole thing about marijuana being a gateway drug is really important to re-emphasize, as Representative Porter has done. It's one of the first things you'll hear. It's a gateway drug. Probably what is a gateway drug is the fact that someone has to go to the illegal economy to get the marijuana, and that breaks a taboo, which makes it easier to go the next time. It's true that most people who have serious drug illnesses have been marijuana users. But if you look at a study was done which showed that of all marijuana users, only about 2% go on to become serious drug offenders. So it really is not a gateway drug, and that shibboleth has to be set aside. It is a problem for kids. Most of the people who get into problems with marijuana addiction, let's call it, or more serious drugs, have started marijuana in their very younger years, while the brain is still developing. And research has shown that over time, kids who start really young, before their brains have fully developed, are more susceptible to becoming seriously damaged by the marijuana and by other drugs. So I think when you think about this, don't allow drug use for people under the age of 21. I will say that marijuana is pretty important to the drug industry, to the gray market, the black market, whatever you want to call it. In Hartford, that drug market exceeds $42 million every year, a pretty good income for a Walmart. So my concern is that we are leaving something like this in the hands of criminals, and although our government has problems, present company accepted, I would much prefer to have the government in charge of how marijuana is sold, bought, and used, rather than the criminal element. So it's really hard to have a sensible discussion about this topic or about the wider topic of the drug war, because it's so emotional and so intertwined with many other things: education, jobs, poverty, and so forth. But I think you folks are headed in the right direction. I've heard much more enlightened comments from that side of the room than sometimes we've heard in the past. So thank you very much for your progressive thinking.
Thank you so much. Any questions? Representative Vargas?
Yeah, I just would like to thank Dr. Pinkter, a Hartford resident and a longtime civic leader in our community. Thank you for coming today and sharing your thoughts.
Thank you.
Representative Porter.
And I just wanted to echo that. Thank you for coming. Thank you for sharing your expertise and your knowledge over the years. I'm sure you've garnered plenty of research and data on this topic. And it's just to reiterate that it is important that we regulate, marijuana, because whether we like it or not only are kids going to do it, because kids are going to try, we should make it easy for them. I agree that it should be 21 and up. But I also agree that it needs to be regulated for potency, for just to make sure that they're not getting anything bad. We run the risk when we don't address this issue of not just kids, but people in general who choose, adults who choose to use marijuana have to go to legal means to obtain it. So now you run the risk of getting marijuana tainted with glass, because they'll do that. They'll shed glass to add weight to it, because it's sold by the weight. They might taint it with other chemicals, Maybe they think you'll come back for more if you like what you're trying. It's very experimental when you're out there on the black market. So it does need to be regulated. It does need to be monitored. I think that it needs to be, we need to price the drug dealers out, but we don't need to make it where there's still an appeal to go back to the street to purchase it. So thank you once again, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Porter. And just for those of you who did not hear Jennifer Purdon, the SSDS representative from Yukon, she squeezed into her little talk so much good information, so much facts. I think it would be good if especially that was passed around. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next up, Lucas Thayer.
Seems that I got to be quick. Representative Porter, Candelaria, and Vargas, thank you for coming here. And Representative Porter, I nominate you for governor of the state of Connecticut. My name is Lucas Thayer. I'm a cannabis patient. I suffer from symptoms which are my own business and the business of my doctor, and none of yours. I grew up in Massachusetts. I moved to California for over a decade of my adult life, partially because of the progressive cannabis laws in the state at the time. I call myself a cannabis patient refugee. I got my cannabis patient status as soon as I arrived in California and maintained legal status for over a decade in California. I worked in the industry out there. I've worked for dispensaries. I've worked for production in outdoor and indoor facilities. And I was a caregiver for my mother, who was dying of cancer, and she was in need of cannabis for her symptoms. Medical marijuana is about compassionate care. People with illnesses that consume cannabis need to be treated as patients who need medicine, not as consumers willing to overpay for their medications. In cannabis, we had a lot of dispensaries. There were over 1,000 dispensaries in Los Angeles when I lived there, and that was great because you could go to one shop, and if you didn't like what they had, you could walk right across the street to another shop and pay $5 less. And so that really made it available to patients to choose what they wanted. All these different cannabis strains have different cannabinoid profiles, which are different for different symptoms, and sometimes patients have different symptoms on different days. So maybe one day I'll have pain symptoms, and then another day I'll have psych symptoms, and that's completely different stuff. And $100 an ounce was the average cost in California when I was living there. I think that's a target price that the New England market should be looking for, is trying to provide medicine for patients at $100 an ounce. Right now it's $350 or more per ounce in Massachusetts, and I'm sure it's similar in Connecticut. This is unacceptable. And patients or non-patients can get flour, dry flour material for $200 an ounce on the black market, on the illegal market. So there's no reason to go to a dispensary right now. You're paying double the price. One of the gentlemen said that he prefers to support that market. That's wonderful, but I think that the market needs to push those drug dealers out of the market, because right now my weed comes from California. It gets shipped across the country because it's cheaper that way, and that's ridiculous. That's inefficient for the fuel. I'm an environmentalist. It's inefficient for the water, and we can grow it here. We can grow it outdoors, especially if we increase the plant limits. These limits of 6 or 12 plants, they're unacceptable. A lot of people, most people, are really bad at growing marijuana, and so they'll grow like 100 plants, and they'll get like 5 plants that are good out of that. Don't tax the marijuana. Don't just be looking for a tax cash cow, because really all of the people that are using it because their endocannabinoid system, as you mentioned, I'm really glad that you used that word, is in need of it. So even if someone isn't a registered medical marijuana patient and they feel that they need cannabis, it's because their endocannabinoid system needs it. So don't tax it. Don't tax the growers, excise tax or anything like that. It's hard to grow, and you're already taxing growers when they pay for electricity, when they pay for water, when they pay for goods at the Home Depot to buy their grow tents and everything. People that are in the marijuana business are getting taxed every step of the way, and we don't need to be taxing it any further at the point of sale or at the point of distribution or licensing. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any questions, comments? Representative Porter?
Come back.
Oh yeah, any questions?
No questions, just to thank you and to actually thank you for mentioning strains. And I think this is something that we really do need to expand upon. And people need to understand that there is a difference between the marijuana you're getting on the streets and the medicinal marijuana that is being supplied by dispensaries. And as you stated, the strains are for different symptoms and different, diseases, whatever it is you're going through, to help with that. So thank you for mentioning that, because I think a lot of times that gets left out of the conversation. And people think when we say we want to legalize marijuana, they think about the drug dealers on the corner, dude selling out his basement. That's not what we're talking about. And it does have medicinal properties. You're right, the endocannabinoid system needs it. I'll have a sideline conversation with you about that. But it's important, that we do the research, that we gather the facts as we make these decisions, because this is a weighty decision. And there's opposition and there's support. And I think that both sides need to be looked at extensively. Thank you.
I'd like to follow up with that. There are many different intake methods. Usually when people talk about marijuana, they think of a dry flower that's in a bag and you grind it up and you smoke it in either a joint, a pipe, or a bong. And that's 30 years ago. There's tincture, that's what I fed to my mom, a vegetable glycerin tincture. There's also alcohol-based, but we didn't do alcohol-based. We did veggie glycerin. And there are extracts with butane, which is not so great, but then they can use CO2. And all of these different sorts of extract methods and delivery methods can be explored, but it needs to be processed. It needs to go from a facility where they produce dry flower, either outdoor or indoor, to another facility where the processing is done, and there needs to be education on ways of doing this safely, but not regulatory framework that's so restrictive that pushes people to go and do it in their basement instead. I'm more familiar with Massachusetts legalization. With CRIMLA, with the Campaign to Regulate Marijuana Like Alcohol, an extractor would have to pay $15,000 for a license to legally do it with the state, or they can order a $1,000 extraction system on the internet and do it in their basement illegally anyway and potentially blow themselves up. So if they reduce the cost of the licensing for the producers and extractors and distributors, then people will be more apt to buy into that legal framework.
That's true, and thank you for making those points, because I know in one of the documentaries I was watching, several of them, some people are smoking. Some people, I seen one lady that had stage 4 lung cancer.
So she can't smoke it.
And she put the oil the cannabis oil, in a capsule. And what it looked like to me was a vitamin E capsule that you take, like one of those horse pills. But 6 months after that, she went in and she had tumors the sizes of apples and oranges that had metastasized throughout her body and had been given less than a year to live. And when they did a full body scan on her, they could not find one pin-sized tumor in her body. So it's anecdotal, and that was her experience. And we'll restate again that we're not advocating that this is what people do, but we have to look at this on a much deeper level than we've been looking, and we have to question our government on why, we've been kept in the dark about this for so long, why many people, especially people of color, have been sent to prison, and some of them for a lifetime on a nonviolent offense, basically a choice they made to smoke marijuana maybe versus doing something else. And I just wanted to also say that, we've been talking about the heroin epidemic, and somebody said the new epidemic. That's not new. I remember in the 60s, many of my friends and some of my family, I saw them suffer from heroin addiction. Not all of them died, but some of them did. So it's not anything new. We need to address these things now because I think the time is now, and I think that it's all intricately related, and that there's many ways that this can help across the board. It's not just about appeasing people that want to smoke cannabis. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Porter.
Thank
Board.
you, Representative Vargas.
Yes, I thank you for your testimony. And earlier, when Dr. Painter testified and others testified earlier, I made a point of the fact that it really, my concern was not so much money being made on legalizing marijuana, but really putting an end to the hypocrisy and the double standards that exist because of the illegality. This whole criminalization of narcotics has led to American consumers subsidizing drug cartels with their dollars as consumers, and as taxpayers subsidizing the DEA to fight the cartels. So the hypocrisy is that American dollars are involved in both sides of this drug war that's led to incredible violence. It's led to corruption of law enforcement officials, political officials, and it has no end in sight. So, while some may see the legalization of marijuana as a cash cow, that's the least of my concerns. And I agree with you that we have to have a market, as Representative Porter has said, a market that undercuts the illegal market for it to be successful. Otherwise, the illegal market is going to continue if it has a price advantage. So I thank you for your testimony, and thank you for coming here today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you, Lucas, for your testimony. Now, I have a panelist that just arrived from Rhode Island that wanted to be here earlier but had another prior engagement, so I want to bring him up to speak to us. Jared Moffitt, if I didn't kill it there. Have a seat, please.
Thanks. Hi, good afternoon. Yes, my name is Jared Moffitt. I am the Rhode Island Political Director for the Marijuana Policy Project. We ourselves in Rhode Island are engaged in a discussion about similar legislation to regulate and tax marijuana for adult consumption, 21 years and or older. I was asked to speak a little bit about the public health and public safety aspects. There are obviously a lot of issues to cover, and I'm happy to answer any questions. I spend a lot of time doing research. But to speak to those issues specifically, I think it is important to first take a critical look at the current paradigm of prohibition and to assess what, if any, benefits the society is deriving from that policy. And I think the answer to that, when you start going through and asking certain critical questions, is that we aren't really seeing any benefits from the policy of prohibition. And in many ways, it parallels the situation that our country saw nearly 100 years ago with the era of alcohol prohibition. Perhaps the intentions were pure and good intentions to eliminate alcohol from society, but what we found was we failed to do so, and by abdicating a regulated and legal sector for alcohol, it led to the creation of a vast illicit alcohol market. Similarly, with cannabis, with marijuana, we have seen the rise of illegal drug cartels, organized crime, stepping into the vacuum, taking control of the distribution, production of the product, and creating a lot of social harm in the process. To go to the public health side for a second, I think one important fact that it's important to keep in mind as we have these discussions is that virtually every scientific study that's ever been done has shown that marijuana is far less harmful, less addictive, less toxic than alcohol. So we must keep that in mind, that if we as a society are willing to tolerate certain freedoms that adults have and are willing to not engage in this sort of total prohibitionist apparatus, then we have to keep in mind that marijuana is actually relatively less harmful than alcohol, and we, as a society, aren't talking about going back to the days of alcohol prohibition, and I think that's important for us to keep in mind. Nonetheless, I think people do, most reasonable people do have concerns about marijuana use, specifically as it applies to young people. So although it is less harmful than alcohol, that's not to say it's totally harmless, and it's not to say that we think anyone should be able to use it and that it's a good thing for everyone to use it. Particularly young people, there is a legitimate concern. That's one of the main reasons I actually got involved in this issue, was because I initially thought that it was a crazy idea to legalize marijuana, and as I started to do the research and look at the current policy of prohibition, I realized that we're doing nothing to keep marijuana out of the hands of young people now. So, I'm not familiar with the Connecticut youth surveys, but I know in Rhode Island and I know in most states across the country, young people, teens report that marijuana is easy to find. It's easy for them to access it. Virtually every high schooler will tell you that they know a friend who can get it for them, or they can buy it sometimes at school. And we do have rampant illegal marijuana sales happening at schools. And a lot of us don't want to talk about that or recognize that. But I think that is a failure of our current prohibitionist paradigm. And so it's important to keep in mind that we have been unsuccessful in the goal of preventing youth use and availability. Now, is regulation and creating a system for a legal adult use, is that a panacea? Is that going to totally solve the problem? I don't think so. I think we don't know yet what the impact is going to be. What's encouraging is that in Colorado and in Washington, the data we have so far suggests that use has remained flat among youth. So many opponents of regulation told us and predicted that teen marijuana use was going to skyrocket. It was going to be off the charts once Colorado and Washington approved these initiatives. We haven't seen that come to pass, fortunately. I think there's a lot of reasons to think that through the tools that regulation affords, we can actually be more successful in that goal. Number one, we can look to the success with alcohol and tobacco. Although teens can still sometimes access alcohol through, an older sibling, something like that, we actually have been successful in reducing teen alcohol use to the lowest rates in the 40 years that we've been measuring it. And that's been a combination of regulatory policies, taxes, price controls, education. And similarly with tobacco, the story is even brighter and even more encouraging, that using the tools that regulation provides, as I mentioned, price controls, taxes, regulations, advertising restrictions, these types of measures have been incredibly successful in reducing teen alcohol and tobacco use. And I think that there's no reason to think that we can't use similar tools to discourage teen marijuana use. I think another important aspect of the public health question is, again, to look at our current policy and realizing that there are zero consumer protections in place as it stands now. There is a substantial percentage of the population that does regularly consume marijuana. Of course, the illegal dealers are not doing any type of pesticides testing. They're not labeling the product for how potent it is. And oftentimes, they may even contaminate it with harmful substances. They may lace it with other things. We simply don't know, and we don't have any control over that process. So prohibition is really, when it's the abdication of regulation, we are leaving consumers sort of at the mercy of the illegal distributors who may, for whatever reason, contaminate their products. Under a regulated model, of course, we do have more control. We are able to impose certain conditions for having a license, and that can be a requirement to have the product tested for how potent it is so that it can be labeled. We can impose warning labels on the product. That's what the legislation in Rhode Island would do. It would take all sorts of measures to protect the consumer, to educate the consumer about the product so that they can know what they're putting in their body and take steps to keep themselves safe. Again, I imagine, what if we had a totally unregulated alcohol market and you picked up a bottle and you had no idea what was in it until, you actually drank it? I mean, that would be absurd. And we regulate many things in society for that very reason, to protect the consumer and to impose additional public health measures to do that. Around the public safety question, I think some of it's already been discussed for the short time that I've been here. Obviously, what we're doing now is funneling money. Because prohibition does not allow any control by the state, we're allowing illegal distributors to profit massively from the production and sale of marijuana. There's been some reports already suggesting that the Mexican drug cartels, which have been one of the largest producers of marijuana coming into the United States, they have seen a drastic decline in the amount of marijuana being seized at the southern border and the amount being produced by those organizations. Is that going to totally destroy organized crime? Of course not. But this is a major moneymaker for them, and any tool that we can take away from them that funds these types of operations, I think, is a victory for public safety. There's a wonderful organization that we work with called Law Enforcement Against Prohibition. And perhaps you'll have someone here at some point to testify, but they are a fantastic group of former prosecutors, former police officers, former judges who have been really on the front lines of fighting marijuana prohibition. And they will tell you that they haven't made a dent in the illegal trade for marijuana. We have, they often refer to it as the whack-a-mole problem. You may catch one dealer here and put them out of business, but all that does is allow someone else to fill that void. Because as long as there's a financial incentive to sell marijuana illegally, as long as there's a demand for it, then there will be someone who's willing to supply that market. And that's what we're seeing, is we're seeing illegal dealers step into that space. Again, it's important to think about what the context of the consumer is as well. When a person who does consume marijuana is forced into an illicit market, they're dealing with someone who's operating in the shadows. They're dealing with someone who may be engaged in other illegal activities. I particularly worry about this with young people who access marijuana in this way. They may be exposed to other illegal drugs. And so we are creating, through prohibition, we're creating unnecessary harms to public safety. I'd be happy to take any other questions. I think the case is fairly clear that we see when you do have regulated businesses, when there's oversight, when there's security measures put in place. The dispensaries, the medical marijuana dispensaries we have in Rhode Island, have not had any crimes associated with them at all because they are regulated. They have a strict protocol for security about who can enter, security cameras, and I think that's exactly what we want. We don't want marijuana to be left into the shadows where we would rather just ignore the problem. It's better to bring it above ground because there are more incentives you can put on the license holders. There's more collaboration with law enforcement to prevent any problems, and that's what we've seen in the regulated sector. Again, in Colorado and Washington, there have been a few incidents, but nothing compared to 7-Eleven's convenience stores. We just had Andrew Friedman, who's the top regulator in Colorado. He was out to visit us in Rhode Island, and he told me that there have been some burglaries at these marijuana establishments, but that they're 1/7 of the rate of what you find at convenience stores. So far below and far less than bank robberies, things like that. So this is, again, something that it's not a panacea. It's not to say there aren't any issues at all, but compared to other industries and other sectors in society, we're actually seeing less problems with it as well. And I could also provide some quotes from law enforcement who have seen Colorado and Washington, who can provide some positive statements to that effect as well. So yes, I'm happy to be a resource to you today to answer any other questions that you might have. But I want to thank you, Representative, for inviting me here as well. It's always an honor to be able to share my thoughts on this.
Thank you, Jared. I actually thank you for traveling from Rhode Island here to provide your statement.
No problem.
Can you tell me a little bit about Rhode Island's model, what the conversation is compared to Colorado's model or Washington's model? Can you elaborate a little bit on that?
Absolutely. I think we're very fortunate that we are able to benefit from looking at what Colorado and Washington did. They were the first jurisdictions really in the world to set up these types of systems, and we, I think, have benefited immensely from looking at their example and learning from that. So one area that I think we've learned a valuable lesson is around edible marijuana products, and there's been a lot of discussion about this in the news. So initially, I think regulators in Colorado and Washington really didn't see this coming. They didn't really anticipate what was going to happen. Well, what we learned very quickly is that folks who are not used to edible marijuana don't know that it takes up to 2 to sometimes even 3 hours for the effects to take effect. And so naive users were, consuming edible marijuana products, not knowing that, they wouldn't feel anything for quite some time. They would eat another product and then they would have a bad experience, and that resulted in some folks going to the ER. Nothing fatal, nothing really life-threatening, but an unpleasant experience. So we learned from that, and we said, okay, well, we're going to make sure that when a consumer goes to one of these stores to purchase it, there's going to be some education required when they are at the counter, and they're also going to be, every product is going to be labeled with a warning label that tells you this edible product will take longer, in fact, on average 1 to 2 hours for the effects to kick in. So that folks know when they go purchase it. The other issue is, things that look appealing to children. That was an issue that came up in Colorado as well, where, a child would think it was a normal candy, something like that. So we, in our legislation, would require every edible product to be in opaque packaging, again, with a warning label on the outside, and it has to be child resistant. The packaging has to be child resistant. Again, I think there's an important education component to that as well, and we would provide funding for public education to encourage parents and adults to lock away their marijuana products so that it's not accessible to children. And then lastly, around the edibles issue, we thought it was a good idea to require a limit that each edible product only contain 1 serving of THC, which is the active ingredient essentially of cannabis. And so in Colorado and Washington, that's been determined to be 10 milligrams. So in our legislation, we would require that any single cookie or any single product be limited to 1 dose. So that doesn't stop someone if they want to take, 2 or 3 cookies, they can still purchase that many cookies, but you can't have something with 100 milligrams in a single edible product, which I think was also leading some to confusion because, when I see a cookie, I want to eat the whole thing. So that's one area. I think another area is we looked at the tax revenue collection mechanism that they have, and they have a model where they have a percentage-based excise tax. So this is a little boring, but I think it's kind of important. So basically, when they're wholesalers, when their cultivators sell or transfer the product to the retailers, there is a 15% excise tax that is collected by the state. We, after talking to some tax policy experts, thought that a better route to go would be to tax by weight instead. And the reason is, and we have in place in the legislation a $50 per ounce excise tax. Now, the reason that's, I think, better is because if it is a percentage-based tax, then your revenue as a state is going to fluctuate as the price fluctuates. And it also becomes difficult sometimes to, if there's vertical integration, where the same business owns a cultivation and a retailer license, it becomes difficult to know what the price is, right? Because it's the same business that's the retail and the cultivation. So it leads to those sorts of issues as well. Whereas if you have a per weight tax, you get a more consistent flow of revenue, because as long as demand is roughly the same, as long as sales are roughly the same, you're getting a tax based on the weight, the volume of sales that take place, rather than something that fluctuates with price. So we wanted to do that to provide more stability to fund the types of things that the law would specify for the funding. Besides that, I think one of the other, that's not in the legislation specifically, but I think the public education campaigns in Colorado have been really groundbreaking, and I think are showing the future of how public education should take place. So right now they have a campaign called Good to Know. And this is aimed at young people and also young adults primarily, and also in some ways adults as well. But the basic message is not to rely on fear tactics. It's not to show, a pan with scrambled eggs and say this is your brain on drugs. It's to actually say things like, to young people, what's important to you right now is maybe getting your driver's license, or maybe it's being on the sports team, maybe it's playing music. Marijuana's probably not going to help you get there. It's probably not going to help you get to that point. And they found, just based on some preliminary surveys, that this type of message, where it's not fear-based, it's not telling something that the young people are just going to tune out, it's something that actually resonates with them, because it actually identifies something they care about and shows them how marijuana is not going to help them get there and can be an impediment to achieving the goals that they want to achieve. So it's sort of based on the concept of motivational interviewing, and I think it's just a much better approach that's going to be more successful. And so that's something we would provide in Rhode Island if the legislation passes. Significant portion of the revenue would go towards youth programming and public education. And so my hope is that money will be used for a similar type of campaign that is honest and really, I think, going to be more effective than what's been tried before.
Thank you for that. Representative Vargas?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your testimony, and thanks for traveling from the neighboring state of Rhode Island.
Happy to do it.
And I was very interested when you mentioned the fact that since Colorado and Washington have legalized the use of marijuana, that it has started to have an effect on the illegal market run by the Mexican cartels, because I think that's something people should know. Every dollar that goes to those cartels goes to control prostitution, illegal gambling, extortion. It goes to all these other criminal enterprises that are subsidized by drug dollars.
That's right.
And it also leads to the purchase of illegal weapons, money that's used to bribe law enforcement officials at the border, politicians. It just has a corrosive effect. So the fact that it has a depressing effect on the illegal market is something that I think will probably grow as more states adopt the legalized use of marijuana. Because that's one of my biggest concerns. My biggest concern is knocking the bottom off of the illegal markets. There was a president in Mexico from 2006 to 2012, President Calderon, who thought that it just was a matter of will to beat the drug cartels. And he declared a war with the help of our DEA. He threw the Marines, the Army at the north of the border, and just led a 6-year war with initially with the support of the Mexican people. He told them that this was just a matter of will, and if we have the right leadership, we can win this war on drugs. And after 6 years, he left office discredited, killed over 70,000 people, and the drug problem is just as bad as it's ever been in northern Mexico.
Absolutely.
Thank you. And
Absolutely.
thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. One of the articles that has just come out from The Economist estimates that 70% of marijuana sales in Colorado are now taking place within a legal, regulated framework. And as you point out, every dollar that is put into a legal framework is money that is not going into those hands. And I think it's pretty logical to think that the folks who are most opposed to legalization are the illegal dealers now who are profiting from the illegal sale.
Representative Porter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming and thank you for your testimony. A lot of what my research has been based on is actually came out of your mouth. I just wanted to say that, you made some really valid points. Regulation means safer marijuana, quality, purity, potency, all of that included. You know what you're getting. I'll reiterate again, my concern is that we don't fuel the black market. You mentioned the excise tax, and you said $50 per ounce. So I guess my question is, what's the price of an ounce?
It varies, and in the legislation that we're looking at in Rhode Island, it's not set by the state. The price is not set. It's sort of a market-determined value. So in Colorado, we're seeing at the point of sale between $200 and $250 per ounce to the consumer. So there may be a need to look at the tax revenue, and I think that's something that all legislators should be cognizant of. It's not something you should set and then walk away from. It's something that you have to be, looking at the data to see, because there's a sort of a balance where you want it to be low enough to compete. The price to be low enough so that you can undermine the illicit market.
Absolutely.
You also don't want it too low, because that makes it, perhaps it could be used to more problematic use among the most vulnerable. So for young people, we know that with tobacco and alcohol, for instance, if the price collapsed, it would perhaps drive up use among those populations. So there's a balance where you want to keep it in sort of a sweet spot.
It is a delicate balancing act, but like Representative Vargas, I support addressing the issues that have come along with this whole war on drugs. It's not so much about the revenue. The revenue will be nice. It's much needed in this state right now. But I think there's a greater concern that should be on the table. And I just think that we have to think about ways to be more effective in dealing with it. And we have to do our homework. And I've been doing that. I've been doing a lot of research. I've been talking to kids. I've been talking to people that smoke, that buy. And in some places, people are getting an ounce of weed for $100. Wow. So if you're talking about $50 excise tax, I would err on the side that they would still be going to the drug dealer. So I want us to really take these things into consideration, and let's not take people out of the frying pan and throw them into the fire by legalizing marijuana. The other thing is, I've spoken to many kids, not just in my district, because I do represent an urban district. I've also spoken to kids in the suburbs and rural areas. And my question to them was, is it easier for you to get alcohol or weed? And you know what they told me? Oh, weed. Much easier to get weed. So they're doing it, they're getting it, and as responsible adults and legislators especially, I think our task at hand is to make sure that we are closing the door as much as we can, and that we're not opening a door opportunity in our efforts to legalize the marijuana. So thank you again for your travels to the state. Thank you for the information, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other members? Any other questions? I just want to add again, thank you. Thank you for taking the time for coming up. And you made some very important points. We want to make sure we regulate because we all know the potency. We know what we are providing the consumer, where currently that's not an option. So that's a critical point that we need to address and we need to point out. And the other piece is that the expectancy of legalization and the growth in use among youth is a point that was very concerning to me and maybe to many of us. And addressing that and seeing that that has not been the issue in other states is somewhat enlightening because those are the biggest concerns. We want to make sure that our youth are protected and don't have easy access to the cannabis. But looking at what has happened in other states and seeing that that has not been the effect is very good. And I think the other piece I think is critical is putting the dollars for prevention. Prevention and awareness, I think, talks loudly as to how do we deter our youth from using cannabis. So I really thank you for that. And fairly quickly, in Rhode Island, have they talked about how they will control the collection of those revenues? Have they talked about that at all? What mechanism will they use? What department will oversee it?
Yes.
If you have a little information on that, we'll appreciate it.
Yes, we have started to get into the details, and the legislation would designate the Department of Business Regulation to be the primary regulatory body over the program. They would be the revenue collecting institution. And the way it would be done is by requiring seed-to-sale tracking infrastructure at every business. So a seed-to-sale tracking system is a way of monitoring a business's inventory and literally from seed to sale. And so this is a way, in Colorado it's worked quite well, where each plant is tagged and exists in this database, and a regulator can walk in at any time, scan and see how many plants are supposed to be there, and then count them physically to see if there's a discrepancy, and that could put a business's license in jeopardy. So this is a way of enforcing compliance and making sure that no one's diverting any of the product, and also a way of knowing how much is to be taxed. So that's how it would be assessed by the Department of Business Regulation. Yep.
Thank you so much for that.
Yeah.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony today. I have a question in terms of what is Colorado doing now with respect to where are they putting their cash money? Because the banking system that's regulated federally creates difficulty for banking. Are they doing something like a credit union, or is there some other system that they've been finally able to develop that will work in this circumstance?
So it turns out, I mentioned that Andrew Friedman, who is the head of the Office of Marijuana Coordination for Colorado, he was out here last week, and he actually told me that a large majority of the businesses are able to access banking services. This is not something that the banks are advertising. They're not going around telling a lot of folks this, but they are actually working with the businesses and taking, I guess, somewhat of a risk. So for most businesses, they actually do have banking services. For the ones that don't, it is a cash business, and so they have taken measures to have safes and have protocols. From what small number of incidents have happened in terms of robberies, burglaries, things like that, turns out that they're not going for the cash. They're actually going for the marijuana product itself, because it's fairly easy to grab a bag of high value marijuana and walk out, whereas the money, the cash, tends to be locked in a safe. So it is an issue, and they are lobbying at the federal level to open up banking services on the federal level. It's an ongoing sort of developing story. I don't think it's been a huge inhibitor, but it is something that I think every business in Colorado and Washington wants to see resolved. So it's a good question, and hopefully soon the federal government, Congress will pass. There is legislation in play right now to make it clear that banks can work with legal state licensed businesses, but for now it's sort of in this quasi gray area.
Just to quickly follow up, I'm just wondering if are credit unions regulated in a different way, so you wouldn't have to have the same kinds of requirements, capitalizing credit unions and the same federal oversight that you have with a bank?
That's a good question. I'm not an expert in this field, but my understanding is the basic issue. They tried to start a state bank. They've tried some of these initiatives, and you have to be insured by the Fed, the Federal Reserve, and that has been the brick wall that they've run into. That the Federal Reserve will not insure these institutions, and that's what creates the problem with that idea, unfortunately.
So the credit unions are the same as banks?
I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, okay. I don't know that for sure, but I just know they've tried to set up a state bank, and they've tried different ways like that, and I think that the Fed's sort of approval is required for most of those types of things to ensure the money that's there, and they have refused to do that.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative Curry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for being here today.
Absolutely.
And providing us with a wealth of additional knowledge. You mentioned with regards to teen usage and whether or not that's gone up or not in Colorado. I stepped out for a very quick second and was immediately met with some folks who sat here for most of the morning and who provided me with some information indicating that in fact Colorado's did go up ages 12 to 17, increased from 7.6 in 2006 to 12.56 in 2014. I guess I'm just curious as to whether or not we can actually attribute that to actual new usage, or if it's due to potentially this now being legal in a state, if these kids are more apt to saying, yes, I have, and not feeling as though they're going to be punished for answering the question honestly, for once potentially. Also, it also talks about whether they've used it once in a 30-day period. It's not necessarily that these are habitual users of marijuana. I just wanted to know if you wanted to kind of add any comment on that.
Sure. Yeah, so what we've looked at is the year prior to legalization passing and then the years afterwards, and that's the primary sort of data point. Going back to 2006, there was I believe in Colorado and other states, a national trend upward. So if you go back, many years, you can even go back to 1991 and see a huge increase, which mostly happened under Prohibition. But if you just narrow your window from the year prior to legalization and the years following, there's two sort of good studies out there. And one is state specific to Colorado, the other is a national survey. So really quickly, the Colorado survey is what's called the Healthy Kids Colorado Survey. It had data from 2011 and then in 2013. There's going to be 2015 data coming out hopefully in a few months, and that's going to be, I think, really telling as well. But what they found from 2011 to 2013 is no significant change. There was a slight decrease, but that wasn't a statistically significant decrease, so it stayed flat. The other survey that's been done is what's called the National Survey of Drug Use and Health from SAMHSA, and that's probably what the data that you're looking at. They found a slight increase, but not statistically significant increase after legalization passed. So, you can go into the Denver Post, and Dr. Larry Wolk, who is the head of the public health department in Colorado, in December of 2015, he told the press, I've looked at all the data. There's no statistically significant data suggesting an increase yet. And so again, we will have to see what happens with this new Healthy Kids Colorado survey. But we have to be careful about looking at data and seeing an increase, but if it's not statistically significant, it just means it's sort of random fluctuations that we can't, read too much into. Similarly with Washington, they have a statewide survey that they've done. It's a little different, but they found no statistically significant increase as well. So obviously this is a battleground, and there's ways to sort of frame the statistics that sound like there's been an increase or whatever, but I take it from the officials in Colorado themselves who are saying, and Andrew Friedman, who I mentioned, he was here, he told everyone in the press in Rhode Island that, no, we haven't seen a statistically significant increase as well. So I trust the actual regulators most, and that's what they're saying. So again, we don't know what's going to happen next year or what's going to happen in the future, but so far I feel safe encouraged that we haven't seen the spike that was predicted by opponents.
Yeah, and I appreciate that answer and the additional information. The other thing you mentioned was with regards to the uptick in hospitalizations, and I'm just curious. People would say, "Oh, there is this, increase in hospitalizations," but they don't really attribute it to anything. So I'm just curious if you've looked further into that and whether that can actually be connected to whether it's unintended or intended, inappropriate usage of the product that they've received.
So it seems like most of the issue now is not young people. They said they only had one case of a child hospitalized last year in Colorado for marijuana. It seems like it's mostly for tourists, people who are coming in who, they're on vacation, and, they're more likely to overindulge anyways because they're on vacation. Maybe they're not familiar with edibles and they haven't had a chance to learn about their effects. And it's mostly those folks. Again, relatively small number. I mean, compared to alcohol poisonings, it's a tenth of what hospitalizations we see for alcohol. The other thing, not to get too technical, but I have read some of the reports from Colorado, and there is a sort of another hypothesis, which is that people may be more honest to admit that they've used marijuana now that it's legal. Previously, someone may be inclined to not, tell the doctor what their visit was about. And so now they may feel more forthcoming with that. So it's something that they're watching. It's something that I think it's important to pay attention to. I don't want to dismiss it, but I also think it's important to keep it in context and see that, it's something they do have a grip on, and it's mostly folks out of state who just need to be better educated when they come in.
And again, I appreciate that, and it's more, yes, to put it into context for folks who may be at home listening or watching or doing their own research on Google right now. Again, I appreciate all of your information today.
Right. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I'm happy to, if you have any questions, you know how to reach me, and I'm always available to help with anything. Thank you so much.
All right, our next speaker we have for Back to Public Participation would be John Watkins.
Everybody's leaving. I wonder if it was something I said. Good afternoon, guys. Thank you for having me today. My name's John Watkins. I have a little bit of a interesting background. It's a little unique. I went to one of the first premier cannabis colleges in the country out in Oakland, California, and achieved 2 degrees from there. I know everything about this plant pretty much from seed to sale, including history, civics, science, methods of ingestion, extraction. I've also conducted training sessions with 5 pharmacists that work within the Connecticut medical cannabis industry. So I think it's kind of safe to say I'm a little bit of an expert on the subject. But what I think is important to point out here is I was originally going to talk about the comparisons of prohibition of then and now, but you guys have my testimony and you could definitely review that. But what I want to talk about is a sensible drug policy instead, if that's okay. One thing that I wanted to point out is I think a lot of the problems that have been pointed out today we could potentially get rid of with good policy without infringing on others. Just to give an example of what I'm talking about, on December 10th of 2013, after a 13-hour debate on the subject, the country of Uruguay was the first nation in the world to legalize cannabis consumption, both medically and recreationally. And the basis of this was actually based on hard drug users. And what they found is that the majority of their black market and hard drug use was coming in from the surrounding countries. And when they took a closer look at it, they found that 85% of the drug users in the country were only cannabis consumers. So the other 15% that had become hard drug users were people that finally had access to these harder drugs through purchasing their cannabis. So, they're going to gym per se, and they're picking up their dime bag or whatever, and then Jim's like, hey, you think that's great? Well, look at all this other stuff that I have. And that became their extra 15%. So what Uruguay did is they thought it would be a sensible drug policy to stop looking at these issues as a crime and look at it as a health concern. So for starters, they implemented more rehabilitation centers. Can I continue? I promise I'll make it very brief.
Yeah, if you just want to summarize.
I promise. But what they did is by implementing legalization, through just that, they eliminated 85% of their black market, dropping hard drug use to only like 15% of the population, which is through the floor by their original standards. And that was what I wanted to bring forward to bring to the committee today, other than the dangers of prohibition, which again you can read about. But I think through the sensible policy in this, we can eliminate the harder drugs by giving people safe access. We can eliminate the harder element, because these people just simply aren't going to be exposed to those elements anymore by putting it into a safe environment. I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you very much. And when you say you talk about making better policy that's going to work, I think that's the exact point of why we have these types of hearings, so that we can hear from you folks who are in the thick of things and who are definitely subject matter experts on this, more so than we are. So we
also, I recommend taking a look at the country of Portugal and their drug reform laws. They've taken the same approach to it, where they're not looking at this as a criminal activity, but a health concern. And they've set up more rehabilitation programs in the country. And even hard drug users are being rehabilitated and injected back into society as excuse me. I'm sorry, I'm at a loss for words. They're being injected back into society as productive people and not just lost souls, like tends to happen in our country, unfortunately. They either end up on methadone or just lost in the system, or homeless, or whatever the case may be. And I think if we give more attention to it as a health concern, we'll have a healthier population in general.
Representative Johnson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony. You said you had some information about the history of the drug laws and how we became adverse to having any marijuana in the society.
Yes. Well,
in terms of that, there was a time in which it was legal, then it became illegal, then under Nixon it was legal, then it became illegal again. Did you want to, talk about that a little bit?
Sure. I would be I'm a feature writer for a publication called Relief Magazine out of Rhode Island, and one of the articles I did was on prohibition, in which we took a really hard look at the Roaring '20s. And I didn't make the article because I'm only allowed between 1,200 and 1,600 words per article, so I have to scale these back in a lot of cases. But one of the things that I found that was very interesting about the Roaring '20s is that as people like Al Capone had set up illegal speakeasies where people could go and drink illegal booze. However, there was a small percentage of the population that were allowed to go to speakeasies and consume alcohol legally if they had a doctor's note. So does that sound familiar to anybody? I just find us repeating history because ultimately we haven't learned enough from it yet, even though we walked through it already. And I think if we find these sensible policies, we can avoid these things in the future and make it a better place to live in general, especially for our children and our grandchildren.
Very good. And did you seem to imply that there was some kind of medicinal purpose for marijuana to be used, to have people use that instead of a hard drug that might be more addictive? Is that what you imply?
I agree with that, absolutely.
Do you have any medical basis for that?
Not on my person, but I definitely have some within my possession, and I would be happy to forward any of that information to anybody who sits on any of these committees.
Okay, well, I'd be happy to see that if you can provide that to me.
Absolutely. Was there a specific...
Well, if you have studies that show that the transition from, say, opiates to the marijuana that's synthesized...
Absolutely. There's a lot of studies that actually have come out of Berkeley, California in regards to that, although I wouldn't be able to quote a doctor off the top of my head.
Because there's I think that there's some people believe that this is just another way for people to be addicted to opiates, and it's not an opiate, so
No, it's definitely not an opiate,
So-
and there's a lot of studies that actually point towards it, as it was stated earlier, as an exit drug, not a gateway drug.
Right. Great. Thank you so much.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, and thank you again for your testimony today.
You're welcome. Have a great day, guys.
Same to you. Next up is Stephen Dixon. Stephen Dixon? He left? Okay. Joe Delaney. Joe Delaney? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I was just about to leave. Thanks for having this hearing. It's heartening. My name is Joe Delaney. Longtime resident of the state. I just moved back here a few years ago. And I've been kind of disheartened since I moved back because I've been very sad about the state of Connecticut's economy and infrastructure. I left the state to find work. I came back here after grad school and I couldn't afford to live or find work. And I found greener pastures in other states. One of the states was California. And I was living there right before I moved back here. And this segues nicely into what I have to talk to you about. I'm not here to convince you to legalize marijuana, unlike most people, because it's really a no-brainer. And in researching this throughout the last couple weeks, talking to people who are Democrats and Republicans, pro and against, young and old,
the majority of people say it's inevitable. That's the main thing I hear. In fact, at work, when I told them I was missing work today, this communications hub person that I talked to, I said, well, it's kind of a controversial issue. When I told him what I was doing, he enthusiastically said, awesome, and said, what's the controversy? Isn't now the question just how soon do we want all this money? Right? So I'm not here to convince you that we should do this, and obviously you feel we should, but I'm here to try to convince you that we need to do it now, because in my research, there's plenty of stuff, and you've heard it all, that tells you that it's not a gateway drug, that we can protect the children. Juan, you've mentioned many times, and as other people have, that we have very good frameworks in place in Connecticut. I heard someone say that tobacco was a failure. It was a failure decades ago. It's not a failure now. Usage has flip-flopped. I remember going to Southern and smoking in the hallways, okay? It's not a failure what we've done with tobacco, right? But as a project manager, which is what I do professionally, when I hear people say, I don't have time to do this, I know they're lying, no offense. It's not a priority is what they're saying. And this needs to be a priority. I hear people say, we don't have time this year because it's a short session because of the election. We can't afford to not do it. And you've heard that many times. But if it's not done this year, it's going to be very difficult to do it next year too. And then it's going to be 3 to 5 years before it gets done. Vermont is passing it with a provision that they're going to wait many years before they enact it so that they can do it correctly. I'd like you to try to do something like that here, please. When we do that, there is a program, since everyone's doing research and watching YouTube things, there's a program called Weedakit that many of these people have seen. And episode 4 is called Marijuana Migrants, and it explains how Denver is the global capital for entrepreneurship in marijuana. If we pass this, I guarantee you, entrepreneurs will start to look at Connecticut. Right now, the analysis you can read in Connecticut Post says forget about Connecticut. They're too behind. They're the most slow state in New England. Focus on the other states. I know investors with millions of dollars who are investing in this industry, they're not interested in Connecticut. Passing this, I think, will change that. So everything else I was planning to say you've already heard, but please, please do what you can to make this happen as soon as possible. Thanks.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your enthusiasm. Any questions?
No.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have John Roswell. Good afternoon, Mr. Roswell.
Good afternoon, folks. I'm a resident of Connecticut. My name is John Roswell. Here, basically, you heard all the pros and cons and whatever about it. I say, pass it today. You'd be a lot better off. I'm a traumatic brain injury recipient in 1962. I've been smoking marijuana since '67. It's definitely a great help with serious migraines and stuff like that. I've had, as the brain regenerates or the swelling went down, they rebuilt me inside of my head with calcium rods, so it was kind of screwed up. It's been more of a hindrance trying to get out of the limelight to be able to do this so you don't get arrested for just, participating with a plant, which is ridiculous. But you now have the opportunity to try to change some of that so that it's sensibler for day-to-day living for everybody, that they don't have to worry about whether they're on whatever side they're on. It's a no-brainer that it should be legalized, because there's not any harmful effects are based on the individual using it and their perspective of what harmful effects are for them or whatever. There's several ways to use it. Ingestion is probably the best because you use 100% of it as it's digested, and it is a little bit probably healthier than smoking it and everything, but Like I said, the time for total legalization of it is now. Jump on it while you have the chance, because if you wait, somebody else will do it first, and then we'll just be flushed away. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the state of Connecticut has already taken a few steps in the right direction, I think, over the last couple of years. And I think if we move forward with something like this, it would definitely bring folks like you out of their shadows.
The war on drugs one state at a time as they legalize it.
Correct. We appreciate your comments. Thank you very much. Any questions? All right. Next up, we have William Hunn. William Hunn. All right. Move on to Lisa Ott. No, Lisa. What's that? Okay. We'll come back. Klaus Poltilla? No. Okay. Cody Roberts? They left too. Christopher Johnson? Jason Ortiz? Lisa Gregory?
Is anybody left here to talk?
Matthew Palagian? Pelagian, come on down. Good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon. This is the first time I've ever been in a sitting like this, and I'd like to expand upon two issues. One, that if legalized, cannabis would help alleviate a lot of the criminal justice systems with the fees and the payrolls for public defenders or lawyers, and that in and of itself would be a revenue that would save money rather than produce it. I just wanted to expand upon that because no one really took the time to really mention that. Also, you would stop people from going to prisons, and which would save money. If we can tear down a prison and build a school, that would progress our state so much more than locking people up. And also, that was mentioned about how cannabis does not affect the body as alcohol does, as far as driving under the influence, which was briefly mentioned. I use weekly, and my use has tapered off over the years. But I am someone who will admit this, that driving under the influence of cannabis has made me a slower driver. I'm not saying that you should. It's something that shouldn't be done. You should always be in the right mindset when driving, because that's a vehicle that it can kill people and yourself. But for myself, I have seen it, and this is just anecdotal. I am a slower driver. I am more aware. I have seen, that it makes me safer, and I'm able to come here and say this because there are people who are like me, and who are in different professions, who have the same opinion, and who experience this themselves, but they can't voice their opinions because of their profession. Either they're doctors or social workers, and they are just fearful that because it's against the law and that there's still this stigmatism to it, they need someone who is willing to take the risk to step up and say these things. And that is just what I wanted to expand on here today.
Thank you for your comments. And just for anybody watching at home or in the building, again, I appreciate you added the caveat that you should not be driving under the influence, regardless of whether or not you may be a slower driver. Overall, that is definitely the point that you are making. Any questions? No? Thank you very much for your testimony today.
Thank you for your time.
Next up, Arn Bernstein. Arn Bernstein. All right. Nicholas Grace. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Well, God bless Connecticut. I'm wondering who in this room knows what the 9th Amendment is, that we would have no Bill of Rights without it. I'm not going to talk about marijuana. I'm going to talk about, my freedom of speech and the 9th Amendment. I'm also going to talk about, I'm going to take a step back, and my mind doesn't work perfectly well linearly, so I apologize for that. But the motto of the state is Transplanted, we sustain. And what are we trying to sustain? And the other thing I was going to say is, I was going to come in here and I was going to say, you know, I think some of you are more concerned with your jail cells than your brain cells. But I can't say that anymore because you're not concerned with the jail cells. You are concerned with the brain cells. And you are concerned with the medical use. And I've got 20 things I'd like to say, but I do want to say that my father discovered the osteoclast activating factor. He was the head of endocrinology and metabolism at the University of Connecticut Health Center. He gave his life to medicine and research. Osteoporosis, the Flying Nun, Boniva, Janet Hawk, on and on and on. He continued to work after he died. His body was given to scientists. Cancer. He wouldn't smoke pot because it was illegal. He got Marinol pills, didn't do anything for him. Anyway, so, I want to be more positive because I'm just so proud to be living in this state right now. I was born in Rochester, New York, and and I sometimes miss Rochester, but Connecticut, sustain. What are we trying to sustain? Transplanted. England, London. If you plant a seed, you should have to water it. I kind of wonder why, who would I harm if on my private property I planted a seed for my own use, a God-given herb? I don't know. I could echo a lot of the things that people have said before. Just want to say that I'm a son of liberty. I'm a direct descendant of the American Revolution. I've got at least 3 great-great-great-great-grandfathers. Thomas Chase could have given his life, but he didn't. He served 2 tours of duty. You can verify that at 1776 Avenue D, Washington, D.C. I would love to have this opportunity federally. I would love to be able to talk to the United States of America. That's it. Drop the mic. God bless everyone.
Let me see if there are any questions for you, sir.
Oh.
Questions? No? All right. Thank you very much for coming out today. Was there anyone else in the room who would like to testify that has not had an opportunity to do so yet? All right. Hearing none? No. Oh, one person in the back? Come on down and just make sure to state your name, and when you're done, if you could just make sure that they have the correct spelling.
Absolutely. Hello, and thank you everybody in the legislature that has brought this very forward-thinking and appropriate option to the table for us all to discuss. I'm not real familiar with this whole process. I am familiar with cannabis and my life with cannabis. The trials and tribulations...
If you wouldn't mind just taking a seat so we can
Sure.
hear you on the microphone.
Sure.
There you go.
The trials and tribulations that I faced throughout my life, many resulting in severe case of PTSD that I currently suffer from, have really been affected by the laws that are currently in place. The prohibition of marijuana has left me in fear of my family being broken, facing jail time for my use of cannabis to treat my condition. I nearly lost my child, lost my housing, and was put in a place where I was unable to attain a proper education to better the life of my child. I now am in a place where those charges have been dismissed, and I'm able to move forward and prosper. My child sees me doing well. I work a 40-hour-a-week position, helping others in the community. I advocate for cannabis whenever possible, and I apologize I was not here sooner as my disability had prevented me from doing so. With the use of cannabis, I am here before you, something I could have never done in the past. The only way that I was introduced to other harder situations and other drugs in different contexts was the fact that I was arrested for cannabis. I was arrested for cannabis and put with people that, for their own reasons or their own hardship, faced very difficult times, and those things were introduced to my life in that way. No other way was cannabis a gateway drug for myself. It has been a saving grace in my life and in my child's life. I watched my mother suffer from the use of many pharmaceutical drugs in the past, changing her whole personality and leaving her unable to care for me. I at this time would just like to say that I am for this legalization, taxation, and regulation. It's something that we deserve in this state. Nobody deserves to be prosecuted for a plant. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and thank you for sharing your own personal story and definitely putting a spotlight on consequences that potentially should be left to high-level offenders and not necessarily someone in your circumstances. Any questions? No?
I just want to
Representative Johnson?
thank you so much for thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much for sharing your story with us and helping us look at this through the problems that you've suffered over the years because of the cannabis being illegal. And I'm very, very glad that you were here today and took the time to testify. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much for allowing me that time. I apologize for not being here sooner.
Oh, no apologies needed.
I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Have a good
Again, anyone who has not had a chance to testify would like to chance. No?
Again, anyone that has not testified that would like to have an opportunity to testify? Yeah. Come on. We just provide your name for the record.
Hello, my name is John Buscarella. I'm 17, and over the past month or so, me and my friend have been doing a research project on marijuana. It was our senior project, and we chose this. It was just our choice. We were just like, we were wondering what the pros and effects are, and we wanted to come here today and see what other people had opinions on, and of course, what Connecticut had to feedback. And what I found out was, or what I've experienced is, kids now, with they're scared. It's kind of putting a fear of kids going to prison, affecting their future, and them just being worried about what's going to happen to their life. If under the law, if they get caught, and you never know what could happen. You could get a ticked off cop and write you down for everything. But sorry, a little nervous. But I just wanted to say, after hearing everyone was talking, and they're right. Sooner is better than later, and because if we keep pushing it off, it'll get caught up in the wind, and without someone saying anything, it'll just get pushed off like every other good idea around. That's pretty much what I had to say.
Thank you for that. Any questions? No question. Thank you so much for testifying. Anyone else? Good. Anyone else? Yes? Come on in.
Hello, my name is Timothy Yankee. I just want to thank you guys greatly for taking this opportunity to have everybody come out here and speak. I'm currently going through legal situations, so I don't know what I'm able to actually discuss and what I'm actually able to say, but I really am appreciative. This would be very beneficial for the state of Connecticut. I believe that within the state now, with everything going on, it's very easy for individuals to access cannabis. Most of the population, whether or not they come out and actually say it, they know somebody, or they know somebody, you know, they have teachers, they have coaches, they have doctors, they have friends, family who use cannabis. Everybody within the state, all of the constituents by now, know that it's not going to drive somebody crazy. It's not going to harm somebody. I was put through, I don't know if I'm allowed to say it, hell, literally. I didn't destroy myself. I ended up coming down here and talking to a lot of people and speaking about cannabis,
trying to come out of my shell because I do suffer severe post-traumatic stress disorder from a traumatic brain injury. And past couple of years, thankfully, this did happen, or else I would never be as content to actually speak with people. So once again, thank you. I apologize that I don't have much to say because I don't know what I'm able to say, but thank you. I greatly appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you for taking the time to be here. Anyone else before we provide my closing remarks? Well, I want to thank all of you for coming out and really sharing your personal stories. And those that were part of the panel, I want to thank them for providing expertise in areas that have enlightened me and has taught me a little bit more about legalization and what to expect if we move this bill moving forward with this legislation. I think that my colleagues, I have to thank them very much. I know many of them are in committee meetings. They've taken the opportunity to sit here with us and hear your testimony and also get educated and ask questions. I think that when we decided to move forward with this informational hearing, one of the greatest thing was because we wanted to hear from the public. We wanted to hear the public's opinion, and we wanted to get, and I guess I'm timed out already. And we wanted to get feedback because that would help us as we continue with the discussions. I want to thank the Speaker of the House for allowing this process to happen. We will continue to have the dialogue and the discussions. We will continue to try to move something forward in this legislature. May not happen this legislature, may not happen the other, but who knows? Many things change on a daily basis. So I want to thank you. I want to thank my colleagues for taking the time. Have a safe drive home. Thank you so much.